All right. You got it. That's right. Yeah. Only Fundell would have a tone. You have the minister's name? Yes, this minister. Dr. Navy. I mean, Dr. Navy. Dr. Nate. Good morning. It's now time to call to order the Southern University committee meetings. And in order to do that, the first thing we need to do to be in order is have our invocation. And our invocation will be done by Pastor Marlon Henderson of the Greater Mount Calvary Baptist Church. And seeing that I'm a member of Mount Calvary Baptist Church in Alexandria, that's all right with me already. From Geismar, Louisiana. Right, Reverend, will you come up, Pastor, and bless this meeting in Southern University system?
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come just to give you some humble thanks for all the many blessings you have bestowed upon us. We thank you for last night's rest. We thank you for this morning rise. We thank you for how you have given us a reasonable portion of health and strength. But Master, we come this morning asking a special blessing upon the Southern University Supervisory Board. They've come before you today, Father, with hearts full of gratitude for the opportunity to serve this great institution in this community. We thank you for the vision and leadership that guides this institution, and we seek your presence as they begin this morning. Lord, grant them wisdom and discernment in all their deliberations. Help them to make decisions that honor you and benefit the students, benefit the faculty, and benefit the staff of Southern University. May their discussions be guided, dear Lord, by integrity, by fairness, and genuine desire to enhance the educational experience for all. Father God, bless each member of this board with clarity of thought and unity of purpose. Let them work together harmoniously, dear God, respecting each other's perspective and contributions. Give them the courage to face challenges head on and the creativity to find innovative solutions. Master, we pray for the students and their families, asking that you provide them with the support and the encouragement they need to succeed. Master, may the Southern University continue to be a place of learning, a place of growth, and a place of transformation, where each individual can reach their fullest potential. Father, we commit this meeting into your hands. May your will be done in all that is discussed and decided. Thank you for your guidance and for being with us every step of the way. We ask this in Jesus' name we pray. And we all said, amen.
Now, ask that the invocation be done by our Vice Chairman, the Honorable Ronnie Whitfield.
Lab are currently off for the summer, so if everyone will,
Yeah,
will please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Our flag is to
that
the
would have been a
front right.
problem.
I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Okay. Now we'll go into the Special Recognition Committee. We're going to go with special presentation. A, recognition of our new student board member. It's none other than a talented young lady that hails from New Orleans, Louisiana, Miss Dana Bailey. Dana, welcome to the Southern University Board of Supervisors. Let's give her a round of applause, and we're going to do something ceremonially for her in New Orleans when we go back to our hometown, and it's going to be very nice. But she's already signed the oath, and she is an official board member and we're trying to keep away from Shorty so she'll vote correctly. That man, you give you the opportunity to say something if you'd like to, Board Member Bailey.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just want to say first, Chairman, thank you so much for that introduction to the board. Thank you for having me. To my chancellor and to everyone who have walked before me to allow me to have this position, I'm forever grateful. And to the student body of the best and the only HBCU system in the nation, I look forward to speaking on your behalf. Just know I am for you. I'm with you. And together, we're going to make this year a great academic year. So thank you.
Thank you again. And welcome again to the Board of Supervisors. He's already doing in-depth studies and research and great ideas. So we look forward to a lot of great things from Board Member Bailey. And I recognize as a board member that happens to be a student because he's a full board member on this board that we're sitting on. At this time, I'd like to recognize a gentleman that's in the audience. He's a very busy guy. He's a dear friend and has a new responsibility. Let's give this young man, Tim Hardy, the new chair of Louisiana Technical Community and Technical College System, a round of applause as he comes and say hello to LCTCS. He's one of our very own, by the way. I think Chancellor Pierre kind of knows him.
Let me say, Chair Lawson and President Shields, the members of the board, leadership of the system, I'm kind of in awe. I'm honored to be before you today. I'm home. And first time I've been invited to do something like this. So let me just pull myself together. I didn't know I was going to have to say anything, but let me just say this without going too long. This is special for a number of reasons. First and foremost, when this system was created some 25 years ago, there was some concern that this might impinge upon this system, more specifically, this campus. 25 years later, we know that's not the case. That would never happen under my watch. The other thing I want to say is between my wife and me, we are both double degree Southern University graduates. It has made me and made her who we are. Our children didn't want to be under the watch of their parents, so they went off to school. But when I thought they wanted to come home for Thanksgiving and spend time with us, the first thing they would ask is, are we going to the Bayou Classic? Mm-hmm. So I want to make it clear, Southern is deep in their bones as well. Let me just say this. What we do is a bit different from what your system does, but they complement each other. We deal with students that where life has happened. They're older. They don't come to school necessarily for Greek life or for move-in day or camaraderie or the dorms. Many of them have had challenges. Not all. Some come from strong family backgrounds with strong family structure. They're just not ready for a campus. And I think in about 2016, we had an agreement where especially Baton Rouge Community College and Southern Baton Rouge would communicate on articulation, on opportunities for folks to transfer from our institutions to this institution. We have about 125,000 students. We graduate about 30,000 per year. Half of them go on to high demand jobs in the workforce, high paying jobs, and about half articulate to four-year institutions. What I'd like to do over the next months is sit down and breathe life back into that document. Because higher education is at a turning point in this nation right now. I am somewhat overwhelmed, but I'm honored to be here at this time. I also want to say this before I sit. I went to a junior high school, we call them then. They weren't middle schools. And Supervisor Tarver knows what I'm talking about. It was J.S. Clark Junior High School. At the time when Clark was built, I had no idea who J.S. Clark was and what the school was all about. The principal's name was Ernest Miller. He was an All-American football player here at Southern. And when the first time I saw Southern's band, I said, why does Southern's band copy off of J.S. Clark's uniform? And that was the beginning of a long relationship. So let me just say again, I am truly honored when I look at your board and I see the dedication, I see the people, many of which are my friends. We talk a lot, we share a lot. You know, you've all got me on speed dial. Spent many time under the trees with my brother and supervisor Fundale here talking about the future and stuff. So you have a lot of work to do. So I don't want to take up too much more of your time, but I am so honored. I am blessed to be before you today. Call me anytime. We're going to make this work, and we're going to take it to a whole nother level. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I see Board Member Clayton and then Board Member Fondell.
Mr. Hardy, I would be remiss if I didn't say this, but Dr. Tarver said you came a long ways from Cooper Road, but I want to say that I want to thank you for what you've done for young folks, in particular for what you've done for my little young girl. You were a mentor. You sent her off to Georgetown to get a master's or LLM in law and international environmental law. You're the #1 environmental lawyer in the country, probably the world. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that. I represent a bunch of chemical plants, and they all seek after your counsel. So we're glad that you emanated from Southern. I'm happy to see that you in my chair will have an open line of communication so that we can make sure these two institutions merge together and do whatever we can to help young folks. But you deserved it, and you do well by young folks, and we appreciate you for that. And I like the color suit, the colors you got on it, blue and gold. We kind of matching today.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor.
All right.
Board Member Fondell.
Thank you. Brother Hardy, it's good to see you here this morning. I speak on behalf of me and my other Omega brother that is up here, and wishing you warm greetings on this morning. I also want to thank the chairman of the board and also the president for extending an invitation for you to be here on today. I believe it's a bridge that can be made to be filled, a gap that can be filled to help so many more people here within the state of Louisiana. And I know that building relationships and growing relationships can help so many more folks that are not even in this room on today. So I want to commend you on the challenge that you're going to be faced with, but it is in good hands. So with that, I'm going to say thank you. And if you could, before you would leave, I would ask you to join us in the middle here. Me, along with my colleagues, would like to present you with something that would hopefully continue to guide you on this journey that you're on. Thank you.
This, Mr. Supervisor and my brother, I don't know if there's ever been a board chair that wasn't even on the board. I mean, I wasn't even on the board. I've served on the board for many years. I know the UL board chair was already board chair, but I'll be board chair in a few days, and I hadn't been on the board in a year. So
Yeah.
you all pray for me, please.
I see Board Member Tarver, Dr. Tarver.
Of course, I had to say something because I've known this young man since he was knee-high to a duck.
Has
His
that changed?
But he's taller than you are, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
But I recall his mother and father, his family, and the long road that he traveled from Shreveport. I want you to know he's from my hometown. That's how I knew him so far back. And to watch him over the years progress through this vast system of government of ours, because he served in many different positions. He brings a lot of experience, a lot of know-how, a lot of smarts to what he does. And Shreveport would be proud of you. Your family would be proud of you, and I'm proud of you. Thank you so much for being who you are.
Well, thank you, Dr. Tarver, but I'd be remiss if I didn't say many of the opportunities I have had have been because of you. There was a position I had back in the Roman administration that I didn't know I was going to have it until you told me The governor called me the next day. You called me the day before. So, as many of us do, we stand on the shoulders of others, and we should never forget that. Somebody was asking me the other day about people that I respected in the past, and one of the people I named, they were surprised at. It was Ruby Bridges. Oh, yeah, Lyndon Johnson, Ali. But every time I see a picture of that little girl with law enforcement people around her with her little bag walking into that courthouse and that school, it brings tears to my eyes. So we just always have to remember the shoulders we stand on, the people that put up the Edmund Pettus Bridge that allows us to wear white shirts and be in this building. And we have to think about that every day. And so let me just say, Dr. Tarver, thank you and many others who have caused me to be where I am. I will try to do nothing to ever embarrass you, but I am my father's son. So pray for me, because you know how he was. Just one last thing about being vertically challenged. My father would always say, you better be glad you look like me with your little short so-and-so. Because my father was a tall man, football player for Grambling. But we look just alike. But thank you so much.
And we thank you for your humility too. When I'm back in Shreveport, I oftentimes run into him. He goes back home. He's not forgotten his root. We hung out in Orlando not long ago. So thank you for that. Most people don't realize, I want to give him some flowers. He was the head of the National Community College Board, which is a feat in itself. So throughout all of that, he still realizes where his humble beginnings are. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Congratulations again.
You'll have work to do.
We do. Oh, okay. We tell you what we'll do. If you can indulge us for a few more minutes, we're going to take pictures. We're also the above and beyond recipient, so we'll have to break it up. At this time, on the go to item number 3B, above and beyond, I'm going to yield this mic to Chancellor Pierre.
Good morning, Chairman Lawson and members of this honorable board. This morning, I am proud to announce the above and beyond recipient for this meeting. And again, I always thank Board Member Smith for coming up with this award, because it really acknowledges the work of so many people who love Southern University. This month's recipient is Alexandra Bertrand. Ms. Bertrand has been a valuable member of the library team at the Oliver B. Spellman Law Library. She has great archival skills. She has learned all of this in library school and her experience in programming to enhance library programming and events. She was able to bring recently together 2 featured exhibits for the law library. One was for the recognition of none other than our president, President Dennis Shields, and his private papers, which encompasses the notable U.S. Supreme Court case Grutter versus Bollinger, which up until actually last year was the last major case taken up by the Supreme Court that dealt with race-conscious admissions, or race as a factor in admissions. And that is why I always refer to President Shields as a legal education legend. I don't think people understand the significance of that case and how much he was involved in that particular case. The second exhibit features artifacts from the late Judge John Parker, who we honored this past month in May, because his work as a district court judge in Baton Rouge brought about the desegregation of the East Baton Rouge school system, a case that I worked on opposite Mr. Rutledge, Attorney Rutledge, and we worked together along with Brother Alvin Washington to actually settle that case. That case is settled because of the efforts we put together along with others. And it honored the 70th anniversary of Brown v. Board, which was on the same day as the Baton Rouge commencement. May 17th, 1954. So we have a portrait of Judge Parker Hughes that we will hang up, but more importantly, she did a wonderful display of his work, of what happened during the time, and it is really, really important that we honor those particular individuals. We also have displays of Judge Janice Clark and Ernest Johnson, as well as displays of the beginning of the Southern University Law School. Well, Ms. Bertrand puts her heart and soul in the things that she finds and how she puts it together. We even surprised President Shields because we found a photo of him as the young Dennis Shields at the University of Michigan with hair.
He had an afro, actually. An afro.
So I would like for Ms. Bertrand, who probably thinks she's here for another reason, to come forward along with Professor Phoebe Porges, who is our great leader of our Southern University Law Center Library, the Oliver B. Spelman Law Library. Congratulations.
Like she wanted to hear it. It looks says it all.
You got it. You got it. You got it. You got it. Hey y'all. I'm Alexandra Bertrand. Hey mama. So the reason I do what I do is because, thank you so much. The reason I do what I do is because I'm just a small town country girl from New Orleans, and I saw the effect of not preserving our history because I was there during Katrina, and we stayed. And Southern has so much history. It's so beautiful, and I want people to see Southern the way I see Southern. I graduated from here. My mom went here. She went to Suno. My dad went to Suno. Family is a family thing. And God has given us so much, and we need to protect it. Our story is important. And I want to thank my boss, Phoebe, for believing in me, for letting me just, she trusts me. And thank y'all.
Let's all get up so we can do both of them at the same time.
Come on, let's go. Let's take a photo. All right. You did fine.
Congratulations, and we're so happy to take this picture with you for what you do, okay? Congratulations on behalf of the Board of Supervisors and the entire system. Let's give a round of applause again. Sure, no collusion going on with this board member. Why we stay here for a picture with Mr. Appreciate it. Everyone, let's hold tight. Mr. We're gonna take a picture with Mr. Hardy, colleagues. It's pretty spry too. It's pretty spry. I didn't know it was smooth like a camper man. Go get it.
I'm sure y'all look at each other eye to eye.
Taking it to new heights already. I told you it's crazy. You're pretty special as barbers up there taking pictures.
It's all for Tim.
Dr. Carter.
Come over here by me. Come over here by me.
No, she need to be there with the right height.
Cooper Road, you didn't acknowledge that. Okay, here we go. Hold that on 3. 1, 2, 3. Right there. Nice smile on Benson. All right.
When your father's wedding.
What happened?
Both parents are in my wedding.
Okay, I knew it.
Would you be married if it wouldn't?
No, I would not. We're hoping that I'm married to. That's what I'm looking for.
Test one.
Go directly now into academic affairs. As I give a chance for our chair of academic affairs to take his seat, and he has, and I'm asking that the Honorable Dr. Leon Tarver take charge of that committee. Before then, I'm going to recognize Board Member Fondell and also Board Member Zazelle Dudley, Mr. Hardy. Wanted to make sure that you know that she's congratulating you as well. She's traveling right now, but she would have been here. But she wanted to say a special thanks to her homeboy, okay? Zazelle Dudley, Board Member Rutledge.
Just two quick things, and I know we recognize some folks. I just want to recognize Miss Clarinda Savage and her daughter who are here. They're part of the Sports Hall of Fame Commission
Absolutely.
here. If they would, just please stand so I can recognize them at this time. Miss Savage, you and your daughter.
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for all that you do. They've been so instrumental in helping Mr. Charlie Granger
Absolutely.
over the years also. And just one other thing while we were in recognition, as we know, Reverend Talbot is not here on today. He is receiving the McCall Racial Justice Award with his national convention. Also, I just wanted to make mention of that.
Congratulations. We'll add that consideration on the resolutions.
Thank you.
We'll go directly into academic affairs. Dr. Tarver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. President, we have a roll call, please.
Yes, sir. Dr. Leon Tarver II,
Here.
Mr. Sam Gilliam, Attorney Tony Clayton, Mrs. Mabel Gaines, Mrs. Ann Smith, Dr. Orlando Williams, Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Present.
We have quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move to item 3 on the agenda, adoption of the agenda. May I have a motion to do so? So moved by Mr. Fondell, seconded by Ms. Smith. All those in favor, any on the sound of aye? Those opposed, ayes have it. Move now to item 4, public comments. Are there any public comments relative to items on this agenda at this time? Hearing, seeing no one, we move now on to item 5, action item A, request approval of separating commencement exercises for master's, doctoral, and professional degree candidates from commencement exercises for bachelor's degree candidates beginning December 2024 at Southern University College, SUBR. Who will explain
Chancellor
this?
Pierre.
Chancellor Pierre?
I move for discussion, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning, Dr. Tarver, Chair of the Board, and others who are members of this committee. So after observing 2 commencement exercises at Southern University and A&M College and presiding actually over them, one in December and one in May, I timed both of them. And both of them went 4 hours plus. I have seen other examples of how commencements are done in other places. For example, Tuskegee University, North Carolina Central University, they have a separate commencement for their master's, doctoral, and professional degree students from the bachelor degree recipients. I believe that it's time for Southern University to do the same thing because there is a difference in expectations between those who are acquiring the master's, doctoral, and professional degrees. They're older students. Their ceremony deserves a level of dignity that we should accord to them. And from my own experience with respect to the commencement exercises with the Southern University Law Center, I think it's a logical move for Southern University and A&M College. In the December commencement, we had almost 600 students in that commencement exercise. In the May, we had 688. And the professional students, the master's and doctoral students are somewhere between 150 and 175 in terms of that number. So when you have such a large cohort and the traditions that we use in terms of those students, I think it's appropriate for us to do something separate for them. I think it would add something to that ceremony. It will also allow us to do some things differently. We could bring in different kinds of commencement speakers who would sort of add more flavor to all of our commencement exercises. It just would give us a different framework. It would take down the need. We have issues with parking. We have strain on the facilities, the F.G. Clark Activity Center, when you're putting that many people inside who come in for all of those particular events. I think at one time, even for the May commencement, there was a concern that there wasn't enough space for all the people that were there. And maybe it's me, maybe it's because I'm getting to the age where I notice little aches and pains. But even for some of our faculty members and deans, I think it's a little physically challenging for them to sit through 4 hours. And maybe even some board members, I'm not going to say that the board members don't love sitting there for 4 hours, but I think we could do better. I think we could do both ceremonies if we break them up in under 2 hours. It just would change the tone of everything that's happening, and that's just sort of my observation. I brought this up. We actually did a survey of those individuals, and approximately 80% of the potential folks, and Dr. Young, what were the numbers for the survey? Right. So 75% thought it was a great idea. So I think that this is something we should do in December. Let's see what it looks like. And if we're successful, we have something as a model going forward. And I have a few other ideas for later years that I won't divulge right now, but I think this is a very first step. We are behind the practices of most universities in this arena.
Are there any questions? Yes, Mr. Fondale.
Rise in support of what Chancellor Pierre is saying. I remember my graduation and my grandmother and my mom and my family coming down and the challenges that they had. You know, on graduation day, we see a lot of our parents or people that are coming here for the very first time, and they're celebrating their students graduating. And the walk can be challenging if they're having to park out by the football field. So I would just ask that, you know, as a board, that we would support this. And the only other thing I would ask is that we look out for the handicap. I know there's handicap seating that is there. A lot of times when people are coming over the bridge, they may not know. If we could just do a better job of communicating to make sure that we take care of those who are physically challenged. Thank you.
Any other further questions? Yes.
I guess I'd like a little bit more detail. That was about a 50,000 foot level overview, but your master's and doctoral graduates will have one commencement exercise independent of the undergraduates.
Yes, that's.
And will it be segmented by discipline, or will they all be together?
No, they will all be together because I think given we're not at a point, if we were doing maybe 500 master's doctoral folks, then that might be, but right now we're at a number where it's manageable. And I timed the whole ceremony from beginning to when we completed the last of those students, and it was right at 2 hours.
Now, when do you anticipate that ceremony to take place?
Well, I think with consultation with the committee, there is a commencement committee. I think we could do one in the morning and one in the late afternoon or early evening, the same day.
And is the expectation that the leadership of the institution, meaning yourself, president, board, those that would traditionally participate in commencement, is there an expectation that they would participate in both commencement exercises?
No, because even now when we look at commencement exercises across the system, various members of the board go to different ones. Not everybody's at every one. I mean, I don't think we would have to have that because I think that given the breadth and depth of the system, we can make this work.
Final question. I think you've already answered, but I want to make sure I understand. It's based on your guesstimate. You think that if we did this, that we would shave off about 2 hours from the main commencement I hate to call it that, but
yeah,
what we know as the tradition for the undergraduates.
Yeah, I think we could do the undergraduate commencement exercise right at 2 hours. And if we, let's say if we started at 9:30 in the morning, I'm just postulating that, we would be done about 11:30. And here's what happens. This is what I noticed. There are folks who make dinner reservations or for 1 o'clock or whatever. And then you see students sneaking out of the commencement exercise program to try to get to some event or whatever, for whatever reason. And I just think that's disrespectful of the whole process.
All right, final observation. I agree. I think we should preserve the dignity of the ceremony, and some of the things that I see taking place, particularly at the last one, certainly detracts from that, mostly by Greek letter organizations and that kind of thing. I don't think you're going to preserve that by simply breaking it up. I think there has to be a better job being done on the front end during the commencement exercise practice which I suspect still takes place. I recall as an undergraduate, my work study was the activity center. And Dr. Spikes, who was not present at the time, but Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs, I recall very clearly the speech that she would give to them about maintaining their decorum and what the importance of the ceremony was and how it would not be tolerated and that kind of thing. And it had a real impact. So I don't know what kind of orientation is going on, but I think there ought to be some real consequences for behavior that detracts from the dignity of the ceremony.
I totally agree with you, and this is part of what I have observed. I have gone to some of the high school graduation ceremonies, and we are now seeing students who have been through those ceremonies where they're doing all kinds of things, and we have to press upon them how important this is. I think in some cases the students are restless because they're there as early as 7:30 or 8 o'clock in the morning, and they're just restless. It's a different kind of student body, but you're absolutely right. Simply doing that will not change the behavior, but there has to be more done.
What I want to say to some of them is if a prospective employer were here in this audience watching you and was considering hiring you based on the behavior that you've displayed, do you think you'd get the job?
That's true. That is a challenge that we have to deal with this generation. We have to change their perspective on life and what their role is going out of here.
Is that all, Mr.?
That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Clayton?
Chancellor, have you thought about maybe reorganizing the one that we have now? Because these things, as they develop, they take on a life of their own. For example, limit folks to 3 minutes. I like you, but you tend to stay up there 30 minutes talking yourself. So, and if you cut back on that, as well as 2 to 3 minutes, then let's keep it dignified and keep them all together. But I just think some of you who, sometimes I do too, like to hear myself talk, just got to limit ourselves.
Well,
You included.
Well, Mr. Clayton, I don't think I've ever spoken for 30 minutes.
Yeah, you have.
But here's what I observe.
You see Dr. Shields over there looking at me, probably agreeing.
Here's what I observed. In the May commencement, the longest speech was given by the commencement speaker. It was 17 minutes. That was it. It was as straightforward as you could go. And so if that took 4 hours, I said we're in deep trouble. And I don't want to speak for members of the board, but I could look on the faces of some members of the board, and they seem to be like, can't we figure out a way to speed this up? And there was no frills. It was just there were no honorary degrees being given, nothing like that, straightforward.
You 6 minutes now you were talking. I was talking.
I'm going to make a comment, and then I'll recognize the president. I think we should always keep in mind that this ceremony is not for us. It's really for those young people and their parents, many of whom have never graduated from college, never received a degree. And this is a different kind of celebration. It's almost like a Juneteenth celebration. I don't know how far we can go, and I can appreciate this idea of having an orderly, affair. But I wonder how much this disturbance takes away from this. Have you measured that? Have you tried to look at those outbreaks, whatever ever happens? How much time do we waste in trying to attend to that as a part of your 4 hours?
Yes, that is a problem. And I think part of it is about the tone. Now, at the Law Center, we have a mechanism. It's called character and fitness. We say, if you do this, we will mark you for character and fitness. We don't have that for the undergraduate program. And that's where the real issue is. But I think it's about creating a culture to having them understand why that behavior is unacceptable.
I'm sorry, you would like to speak? Yes. The student would like to speak.
I just wanted to ask for clarification. What you mean by outburst? So is it like dancing, or what exactly is the outburst?
The outburst includes not only dancing on the stage, but certain groups coming together with what seems to be a choreographed stunt, splits like James Brown. I said I hadn't seen a split like that, and a lot of times I'm thinking people are going to get hurt. I mean, you see them form a line like they've already practiced this. This was not spontaneous. This was well practiced. They had all the steps down.
It's called stepping and shimming.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna
So-
go back. So I'm gonna go back to Chairman, if I'm correct, Chairman. So you're saying that the outbursts are like the different dances. So if I'm thinking of it correctly, it's different Divine Nine that's celebrating during this time.
That's part of it, but some of them are not even part of a Divine Nine. It's just it's some group that just got themselves together and just said, "Hey, this is what we're gonna do," and you can tell that it's been practiced. There's no spontaneity. It's been practiced.
Okay, last question. So how long does like in numbers, is that 5-10 minutes that is spent trying to rectify that? Or?
We had at least 5 or 6 incidents. 5 to 7 minutes. That to me is a disruption, and it adds to the time that you have to stop and do things that are just, I think, not well becoming. And let me just say this, because there's a disjointed view of history now with this generation. Yesterday, with one of the groups of orientation, I reminded them that 60 years ago, Fannie Lou Hamer put her life on the line with a bunch of young students just their ages, so that African Americans could have the right to sit in a restaurant and eat like everybody else, have the right to vote. And people lost their lives in Mississippi. And one of those leaders was a fellow by the name of Dave Dennis, who was at the tender age of 22. He was a leader of that movement. And I think those are the kind of things we have to tell our students today, to understand that they didn't just get here by chance, and that there is an attempt to roll back all that progress that has been made, and we have to build that into the student culture.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Very, very quickly. I've been through at least 150 commencement exercises. And I was loath to sort of recommend changes here because I didn't know sort of what the traditions are and the impact is. But there are some things that we can do to speed things up. Posing, every graduate posing for a picture, that adds time, because that's 30 seconds just to get them across. There's different ways to do that, where they still get a photo with a handshake. How the processional works, that kind of thing. And I want to do it, I would encourage us to do it in line with understanding that not violating the traditions and doing it in a way that if there are specific reasons why things are done the way they are, we should continue doing those, or we shouldn't change them without a lot of thought. But the logistics of getting all that done, I think, needs a careful look by the committee, in addition to sort of separating out the graduate from the undergraduates.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Very briefly, I think the technology too, we need to really work on that. I mean, we're piping in sound. So one of the questions I would have you, Chancellor Pierre, to consider is cost of this 2 times graduation. We're having to bring in sound. We don't have audio work and we don't have visuals. some of
we
the,
will have audio and visual working. We will not spend that kind of money ever again.
Okay. We just want to make sure that we're addressing that. Some of the schools
Absolutely.
have where the names are actually posted so you can read them. Some have automated announcers. So there's other things that we need to consider. We really need to upgrade. And I've asked before about us looking into, I think it's Title III funds, because that is, in my opinion, a multi-purpose facility. It's not just for basketball. And so we run graduations through there. So we got to find money to upgrade our scoreboard, to have some automation in there so we can make these graduations maybe flow a little bit better. So some things to consider.
Thank you. Mr. Gilliam and then Mr. Rondell. No.
Okay, good.
You're on.
I am now? Thanks. I actually had the opportunity to witness a template of what Chancellor Pierre is proposing. And surprisingly enough, it occurred at LSU Shreveport, LSUS. They do it in this fashion. They do it on a 2-day segment, with each segment coming. I think one in the morning, the first morning, another one in the second afternoon, and the second day, they replicate that. Now, their situation is this, and I know it surprises you. They had one of the largest classes. It was at the Brooks's Arena Center. Large, huge, comparable, I guess, to the F.G. Clark Center that we have here. The idea was, of course, they have this MBA program that is, for the most part, online. It's huge. It's also very popular, and it's been rated, I think, the top MBA, one of the top MBA programs in the country. It might surprise some of you. But the idea was that under the tutelage of then Chancellor Larry Clark, it was well organized. It was basically limited to an hour and a half, 2 at the very most. It was dignified. And I challenge most of you, we don't remember, most of us don't remember who our graduation speakers were after a few years. And basically it did what I think you're suggesting, Dr. Tawa. It focused almost exclusively on students and their families. This is kind of the trend. And I think I went to 2 separate renditions of it. Didn't get tired in most of the, and in that case, of course, since that MBA program was is pulling people from all across the country, and if not the world, people had to fly in, fly out, and it worked logistically well like that. And I suspect if you got 500 plus graduates here, you got something similar to that, I would imagine.
Mr. Rondell?
Chancellor, you had made mention earlier about a culture. It's just my belief that when they first come in, orientation is to set that standard. No different than you as a military man going off to the military. They set expectations and what the boundaries are. If we can kind of bring that in on the front end, it will help us in the long term. It may not cure it for the next graduation, but it'll help to set the tone moving forward for future generations that are going to come behind these students. If we set the template of what is expected of folks that are coming to Southern, and I hope that's something that we can, work to create the culture that you spoke of earlier.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I think we have all great suggestions. I don't know what young people like and what they want. Maybe we need to listen to them a little bit more. And that's what we have the committee for. So I'm anxious to take all these ideas back to the committee. I think they're very good ideas and see what we can do. But I think we also have to invite our technology folk to come in, because still pictures, a lot of times you can do it off of video, constant stream, right? And capture the perfect picture based on that stream. That'll save in itself probably 45 minutes. So let's include technology and let's activate the committee and let them come back to the board. I'm not trying to shorten the discussion, but I'm saying let's figure out what the students are also saying in this and offer what we are suggesting, including shorting our speeches and our portion of the ceremonies that probably can go by just asking board members to stand up rather than individually standing. So there are things we can do.
Mr. Chair, I would also be interested in knowing how many students are graduating each year that do not participate in the commencement exercise.
Is that for each campus, or
Pardon?
is that for each campus or just this?
Well, if it should apply to each campus, then yes. When I say if it applies, if there's a problem, yes. but in that we're working out the Baton Rouge campus. I was speaking of the Baton Rouge campus.
Okay. Thank you. Is that a motion, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chair. he's asking you.
Sorry.
Was that a motion, your recommendation?
Well, the motion was on the floor.
Yeah, I had a motion. I think it was
I didn't-
properly
I
seconded
didn't know
to
that. I didn't get the motion on the
receive the
floor.
report. I didn't hear the second either. That's what I said.
I'll second.
I'll second.
I never
I made a
heard it.
motion to approve the recommendation coming from the committee. Item
I second.
5A.
I second.
I say I move for discussion.
If you thought it should go back to a committee to be spoken
Yeah.
on, let it happen.
That's what I.
Well, that's what I'm saying now. So if you want me to amend that motion, I certainly will do it. Come back to recommendations.
Yeah,
So I move on to discussion
Okay,
to be presented to the committee, brought back to the board, and that we approve the policy based on the discussion that's taking place. It will be brought back to the board next month. That's my recommendation.
okay, seconded by Mr. Clayton. Yeah.
No, I'm not seconding that.
Oh, you
I
haven't
don't even
seconded
know
that?
what he said.
So
I'm not involved.
let me say this. I don't know if you heard it. I was totally against this. 75% of the people, including the students, correct me if I'm wrong, supported this. I was not for separating it, but I'm listening to the students. That the suggestions on shortening the program, but for separating it, I think the committee has spoken, the students have spoken, and in addition to that, I've seen medical emergencies take place in real time. Most of you didn't know it was one at the last graduation. You can miss taking medicine, and a lot of folk in that arena need to take medicine with food. There's no food being served in there. So there are real issues as to why we should consider this. And students have spoken, but I'm not against delaying this until next month, but we need to make a decision sooner than
The
later.
reason why the chicken got run over, he was in the middle of the road.
No, I think the chicken gets run over when they don't listen to the owner to get out the road.
Excuse me,
Or maybe
I
come
wanna
back to the
recogn-
other side.
I'd like to recognize Dr. Williams.
Oh, and understand, like he said, that the students, but my motion in a substitute form would be to take the recommendations and the discussions of this board back to that committee to come up with a reasonable suggestion of reducing the time and then further discussion on next month's agenda.
I second that, second, whatever you call it, I second that.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded that we take the recommendations, refer it back to the committee to report back to the board in the future. All of those in favor, the arm sign of aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
But we have to make a decision next month because people are planning and buying tickets. So let's make sure we do it next month.
That's fine. Thank you very much. Now, let's move on to item 6, information. A, academic exchange partnership between Southern University Baton Rouge and Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, School of Business, Ghana, Africa. I'd like to ask Ms. Ann Smith, who joined with a team of faculty and students from Southern University in a recent trip to Ghana, to introduce the leadership of the school and this program. Ms. Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Academic Committee Chair. To our board Chair Lawson, our Vice Chair, Dr. Whitfield, Dr. Tarver, who is our Academic Committee Chair, and to the other honorable board members, to President Shields, chancellors, it has humbled me to be able to be a part of this activity that has recently happened. And it also humbled me to be able to see how diligent the School of Business worked toward making this a successful trip, and how involved our students were in making it a successful, free of incidents trip. I know this is not my first rodeo, by the way. Dr. Carpenter, who will speak after me, will give you some information on the international affairs uh, as the director of this activity and most international affairs here. So with the School of Business, Dr. Andrews and Miss Mary uh, Carbs Marshall and the staff were so motivated in pulling the trip together and having such involvement with it that I asked Mr. Chair to please allow us to let the university see and our alums see just what fine, nice things that are going on at Southern University. They're students and they really, really put themselves and made themselves involved. So at this time, I would like to ask Dean Andrews, who is in charge of the School of Business, to come forward and give us a summary with our students.
Okay, well, we could get our students to come up. To Chairman Lawson and honorable members of the board, I want to thank you for the time given to me. I noticed that time is of the essence in terms of our conversation today, so I will be short. As Elizabeth Taylor told her 8th husband, don't worry, I won't be with you long. So if I could get our students to come up, please. Let's give them a round of applause because they really worked hard in terms of this particular program. This is our academic exchange program, and we want to make sure that our students here at Southern University have an understanding of world events and worldview. We've been working in terms of internationalization of the business school for over 25 years. It's a part of our accreditation process. We have to show more or less that our students are aware of global issues, that they understand more or less what's taking place in terms of international trade. And I just really can't thank our students enough in terms of the work and time they put in terms of understanding and asking questions about how they can become more global in their understanding of our academic issues. Now, in terms of our presentation here, in terms of academic exchange partners, we're working with Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. They're located in Kumasi, Ghana. And they've been here before. They signed an MOU with us back in 1998. And they want to continue that process. In fact, they want to come here and visit Southern University because they've heard so much about all the programs that we have, not just the business school, but our international programs under the leadership of Dr. Barbara Carpenter. Also in terms of our engineering programs, our nursing programs, they have 80,000 students on their campus. They have 8,000 students in the business school. So they want to understand more about how we operate here in the U.S., and we want to understand more about how they operate, so basically we can learn from each other in terms of collaboration. This is a picture here in terms of our delegation. So you can see more or less we had about 35 individuals that participated in this program. This is the third year of a 2-year project. We actually were supposed to end this project last year. But there's been so much demand that we decided more or less we would continue this for a 3rd year. And now we are raising funds through developing our own internal operations in terms of funding this for a 4th year. So you can see there more or less we're with the Vice Chancellor, Dickerson here, who basically gave us all a very hospitable welcome. And they presented us with a token here for the university, which I'm going to give to Ms. Ann Smith because she was the head of our delegation, in terms of the Golden Stool. The Golden Stool, and I see Dr. Tava, he knows this story in terms of the Golden Stool. Ghana at one time was known as the Gold Coast. And the British were trying more or less to defeat the Ashanti. And so this is the Ashanti region in Kumasi. And they looked and looked for this golden stool, but they never were able to get this golden stool. So the Ashanti are very, very protective of their traditions. And they have a king. They have a kingdom to a large extent in the Ashanti region. This is where the gold is being mined. This is where a lot of economic activity is taking place in Ghana. And so we want to make sure our students understand all about internationalization. If I can, Marcus, if with your assistance. That's a kwaba. It means welcome in Ghana. We're discussing how we can build our programs with more collaboration here with the leadership of the university. The vice chancellor is the leader. Actually, the king of the Ashanti is the chancellor of the university. That's Dr. Patrick Mensah. He's working on a project in terms of national science to extend the program and bring students to Kwame Nkrumah University. And Kwame Nkrumah was the first president of Ghana once they became independent of the British Empire. He was a graduate of an HBCU, Lincoln University out of Pennsylvania. And the vice chancellor gave us the kente cloth, which Ghana is famous for. It brought tears to the eyes of our students. Marcus, I think there's a second one also. And as you can see, they have a museum, and they're quite proud of their museum. That is some of the gold ornaments that they have developed over the centuries. They also have a display of the kente cloth here. And that is the king of the Ashanti. And Ghana in 2019 had the welcoming home of all individuals of the African diaspora. So they're really hospitable to us coming there and understanding more about our cultures and our relationships. Okay, that is the end. We'll answer any questions if you have them, but I would like maybe we have enough time, a little time, in terms of our students, if one could come up more or less and just share a little bit about the experience. I want to thank Dr. Igletu. Let's give him a round of applause because he's been working in this vineyard for a long period of time. Dr. Melanie Ray, I'm just a representative here to speak, but they are the ones that actually do all the work. And so basically getting these students in this particular project, we went to Cape Coast, we went to the Volta River, we went to Lamina, we went to Accra, Kumasi. For a trip of this magnitude, we were not off schedule by more than 2 minutes during the whole tour. So this was really a well-executed program, and I think Ms. Ann Smith, I'm just happy that everything worked out as we had planned. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Paisley Martin. I am a two-time Southern University grad, most recently spring 2017, that just commenced. And I'm going to share my thoughts specifically on what this trip meant to me. I had the incredible opportunity to study abroad in Ghana, Africa, which was my second trip out of the country, thanks to Southern University and A&M College of Business. During this trip, we immersed ourselves in the rich culture, history, and cuisine of what Ghana has to offer. It was a life-changing experience, not just for me, but for everyone you see up here. Our partnership with Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, KNUST, allowed us to learn about the dedication of the College of Business staff and to their students' academic success and explore the potential student exchange programs between our two institutions. We visited several noticeable sites, but three had a particularly significant impact on me. First, visiting KNUST and getting acquainted with the staff and students was insightful. We had the opportunity to listen to several lectures on various business topics, such as globalization, franchising, and economics, just a few. Secondly, visiting Elmina Castle in Cape Coast taught us about the grueling history of slavery and how it developed in Ghana. We also got to visit the village of Dean Ahmed, which was also a pivotal moment from the welcoming ceremony, trying cocoa in its most naturalist form, and visiting the school to see the children in action and learning. Lastly, attending a business meeting with Dr. Rita Jackson, Vice Chancellor of KNUST, which is the first woman to hold this position. This moment of women empowerment resonated with me as I aspire to achieve similar high position one day. I truly hope that my words and experiences have allowed you all to gain a better understanding in how creating and maintaining such partnerships can have a lifelong impact on Southern University. Thank you.
Yeah.
One male? Can we get one male to express?
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Jared White. I am a first-year MBA student. I also received my undergraduate degree from Southern University. And I wanted to initially get up here and talk about infrastructure, technology, and just the many differences between the two cultures. But instead, since we have time constraints, I actually would like to read you, if time permits, a journal entry from my experience out there when I returned. And so the journal entry reads, "Life is lived forward, but understood backwards. It is difficult to have an adequate understanding of where we are headed if we don't know where we've been. Although I've been home for 2 weeks, I did not return the same. I find myself constantly thinking back, analyzing and learning new things from this experience, though it has passed. It was significant as it taught me to appreciate my history, better understand my present, and stride towards my future. I've seen the resilience and creativity required to thrive in not only diverse business environments, but also in life. Though we are students, we're a people first, sharing knowledge, uplifting one another, and becoming more empathetic, well-rounded humans. I've seen the commitment to education from students who sit in the classroom with no air conditioning that keeps them there, with smiles on their faces, ready to learn. Studying abroad, to me, is stepping outside of the classroom and into the textbook, with hands-on engagement and the opportunity to step outside of what you know and step into the things that you need to know to advance the human experience for everyone." This is an excerpt of a poem that I actually wrote after visiting the slave castle. It reads, "If only the trees could talk, I wonder how loud they would scream. If the wind had a song for the dead, I wonder would it still have the voice to sing. From kings to slaves to blacks in the United States, we still rise like the ashes, and we always escape our chains. There's resilience and royalty deeply embedded in the cells of my skin. Towards the heavens I'll aim my goals, looking at my future after understanding where our people have been." The Bible says that you know a tree by the fruit that it produces. A good tree cannot produce bad fruit, neither can a bad tree produce good fruit. Southern University is a good tree. And if someone were to ask me to see the fruit, I would tell them to look at the harvest of fruit that we have in this room. This study abroad program has given our blue and gold tree branches long enough to reach the world. As much as this trip has impacted me academically, it has done that much more to me personally. I just wanted to say thank you guys for the opportunity, how much this has meant to all of us. This has been life-changing experience, and I think I speak for everyone when I say that we would love to see this continue to go forward and to never stop. Thank you.
I want to make a comment when you get a chance.
Just for a second. I don't want to shortchange any of the students, because without the students, we would not have the program. So, Dr. Andrews, is there any other student that you feel we need to bring forward?
Well, Kermit, I'd like for Kermit to say a few things, because he's been involved in a lot of international programs. I know the time is short, so Kermit.
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kermit Johnson IV. I'm a first-year grad MBA student here at Southern University. My recent study abroad experience with Southern University's College of Business and KUNST has profoundly enlightened me about the impact of international education opportunities for college students. Pursuing my MBA with a focus in international affairs and supply chain management, my travels with international teams in Brazil and Ghana have been instrumental in negotiating partnerships between Southern University and international institutions, which provided me with invaluable insights in navigating global business collaborations. These experiences have enriched my perspective, deepened my appreciation for global insights, and underscored the crucial role of study abroad experience. During my time abroad, encountering Ghanaian students who, like us, held bachelor's and even graduate degrees highlighted the universal pursuit of higher education and reinforced the importance of global education opportunities. Witnessing the dedication of Ghanaian students and experiencing their vibrant culture firsthand during the study abroad journeys has inspired me. Embracing village life was a highlight of the trip for me, where their warmth and resilience in local communities left a lasting impact. Despite feasible challenges, their spirits and generosity were humbling. Interacting with the children in the village showed me immense eagerness to learn despite the circumstances and reinforced my commitment to higher education understanding. Southern University can be assured that its students gain extensive opportunities, educational experiences, and study abroad. However, it is crucial that we also provide international students with professional and intellectual experience that matches or exceed what Southern University receives from the international counterparts in their home country. Southern University should actively include and recognize international students. I suggest integrating selected study abroad students into regular interactions with international student community on campus, ensuring they receive dependable and continuous support. This integration is essential for nurturing an inclusive environment that promotes mutual understanding among students in diverse backgrounds. I firmly believe that establishing a robust support system for international students will enhance their retention at Southern University, ensuring they feel valued and welcome. In conclusion, I would like to express my gratitude to Dean Andrews, Ms. Mary Marshall, Dr. Carpenter, Mr. Lewis, and the Malvos for this opportunity. My experience in Ghana has given me a profound appreciation for education, and I'm grateful that Ghana served as a catalyst for this realization. Once again, my name is Kermit Johnson IV, and I thank y'all for this opportunity.
And that will give you extensive information about the trip. That was just the highlights of the trip. I'm sure you heard me. That's where I stood. So I was telling you about the folders, and Miss Mary Marshall is the one that stayed up night and day and made this folder. So I want you to please take it and read it. Look at the pictures and just connect yourself with this trip. It was awesome for our students. And we had 33. These were the ones that did not have a conflict on this morning for the program, but all 35 wanted to come. Thank you. And look at your folder, take it home with you, and you'll see that it's very informative. And the last thing is, I know we have had several board members who have already experienced the different parts of Africa. So at this time, if you will, would you please interchange or interact with our students and or tell us a little about what you have experienced. It'll only take a minute. I know time is of essence. But if it were not for our students, Mr. Tony, we wouldn't have a Southern University.
The dean and students and faculty for this initiative. It so happens that 1998 MOU you talk about was a delegation that I led to Ghana, met with their Santihene, whose picture you had up there. In fact, in our conversations, he also offered us some land to build a campus of Southern University. So perhaps the next time you go back, you may want to talk about that. I mean, that is not out of reach for us in terms of that exchange by having such a presence. The other point I wanted to make, and one of you mentioned going to a castle. I don't know if it was Elmina or Caicos County. Yeah, that'll break your heart. It's the oldest slave castle in Africa is in Ghana, in Accra, built in 1482 by the Portuguese. And I wish every African American, one time in their lives, like the Muslim who makes one trip in a lifetime to Mecca, we ought to be making one trip to someplace in Africa. And to the young man who made Mr. White, was it? I'm looking, oh, you were the one who read this. It seems to me, when I thought about your statement about how you felt, I've always believed that one trip any place on that continent would do more for us than any textbook. And I think that more of us have to do it. So if you want to continue doing this, reach out to some of your classmates, reach out to your friends, reach out to your relatives, and just tell them, just take one trip. And when you look in that mirror again, you'll see a different person. So thank you for my few seconds in.
One other thing I would like to say is, Dr. Andrews is very loud, he's very modest, but he worked very hard as well. He said he didn't do anything, but the entire business department, I watched them put this together, and it was a lot of hard work in it. I would personally like to thank Chair Lawson, and some of the other board members who I spoke with in getting ready for the trip, and you gave me your blessings to go with them. It is an experience of a lifetime, and any board member, all board members should have that opportunity to do that because it's awesome. And I would like to ask one other question, and that is if the board would come and take a photo with the students that took time to come today and share this with you as I present the gift that was presented for Southern University. I did represent you, and I did well. I did well, very well. And so I would like for the entire board to have a photo with this group and with Dr. Andrews and his group as I presented the presentation
Now,
to the board.
1 second.
They asked that this gift go in the Southern University museum. So I'm going to present it, and then our chair and our chairs will decide where you want to put it. So at this time, please come.
Mr. Clayton wanted to make a statement.
Mr. Clayton,
Yes.
First, I want to acknowledge you, Board Member Smith. I heard you were going to Ghana, but when I saw you on that film up there, it really brought it home. Folks, you guys are so articulate, and I mean, just to hear, I know we're on time, but I can listen to you all day. I went to Johannesburg, Soweto, where Mandela's home was, and Bishop Tutu, and then I spent some time in Limpopo Province. But I didn't experience what y'all experienced. My DNA tells me that I originated from Ghana, and so did Dr. Tarver. He just told me that. We're probably related on the white side from Ghana. I don't know. But on a serious note, I want you guys to know I'm feeling I feel it emanating from you, whatever you felt that you got from over there. Dean Andrews, don't you stop. Board Member Smith, I'm going to go. And But I wish in the future y'all call like a community meeting, all 33 of you, invite me, and I invite my colleagues. I want to converse with you. I want to hear, because I'm sitting here with chills listening to you two who just spoke about what y'all, I mean, the tree branches. I'm like, ooh, dude, I'm not that articulate, but you guys are impressive. And thank you for what you've done for our culture and Southern University by going over there with my board colleague and Dean Andrews. Thank you guys for this. But if y'all do a community meeting, we need to talk so y'all can tell us what it's like and entice us to go over there. Appreciate you.
And I want to say to you that this is probably some of these students' first time coming to the board meeting. And I told them they need to come and know your board and know how concerned we are about the educational process and our students, because you come first. At this time, I'm ready to make that presentation. And he's been modest, but he's pulling out his, I call it a scar. They presented it to us. So come around here, please.
And I'm going next year. Put it down, buddy.
I'm gonna take a picture for the record. No, I'm gonna take it. Yeah, if you could just take it.
You were on the trip, come on, it's our party.
Get a good shot for the record. Yeah. You got it.
This is what KNUST presented to me as a chair emerita. And so I asked the group, where did they want to put it? And I said, it's for the student business. And someone said, no, we want to give it to Southern University, but the museum. So we're at one, and then I have to move because I want everybody to. So, yeah. Got it? Got it. On the side, don't step on the side. And as they're doing this, I want to tell you that you would have been so proud of all 35 because they represented Southern University in the Southern University shirts. They had gold shirts and they had blue shirts. They were awesome. They were outstanding representation for us.
Oh, wait, we have all the pictures. All right.
Yeah, pretty much.
Everybody look like me over there? Look this way, you got to go this way.
I know you make me look forward. The next one moves.
Tony,
Yo, man,
have you ever been to Senegal?
I'm just
Where'd you go? What part of Africa?
flew into Dubai, and then I left Dubai and went to Joburg and Soweto, and
So you need to go with me.
He told me to go, and I went. But whatever those kids, I felt whatever what they were saying.
I went to Goree Island in Senegal, and that's about it.
That's close, yeah, and that's very close to that Ghana experience.
What's that island where that?
Goree.
The one that he was in
Where they
prison
held
on.
the slaves
Oh,
off
that was,
of-
not, yeah,
Cape Town. Someone in Cape
yeah,
Town,
it's
wasn't
in
it?
Cape Town, yeah.
It's called a prison. It's called Rikers Island or something.
Yeah,
I wanna go there.
Robin
Robin
Island,
Island,
Where they
yeah.
had where they had Mandela.
Uh-huh.
I visited there too.
He
Yeah.
brought Mandela here.
Go to Ghana.
Yeah. That was a great experience. So, where's our chairman?
Hey, Smith, glad you took over Dr. Tarver's meeting.
That's what she designed to do anyway. Let me get my glasses out so I can see our
Yeah, that was
agenda.
awesome, huh? That was awesome, though.
Thank you.
Seeing you
Yes.
had a good time over there.
So we are now returning to our agenda. Let's see where we are. We're now on item 6B, International Department Update. Dr. Barbara Carpenter, Dean of International Affairs. Dr. Carpenter, are you still here? We didn't run you off. Would you please?
International stuff, huh?
Yeah.
So good morning, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to, as we say in the Baptist church, say a word or two. Miss Carol, are you still here? Come up, you and Jasmine, and who you have with you. We were pleased, I'm pleased to present to you just a bit of information about what we do, to those of you who do not know, in international affairs. And so I'm always grateful to Dr. Andrews as he works very hard and his people with College of Business. It's because of the various colleges, the reason that we are able to do what we do with our students. And so the Ghana trip was just one initiative going on. At the same time, we had a study abroad taking place in Brazil. And so there were a number of students who went to Brazil along with Ms. Carol, who has served as the advisor to those students, and she has traveled several times to Brazil with the students. And so because many of them have come back and gone back to their cities, so we have Jasmine here. Yes, Yasmin, I'm sorry. And who else?
And Dr. Linnell Craig from the School of Nursing.
Dr.
She
Craig.
traveled also with us.
So I'm going to let Crystal tell you a little bit about what they did in Brazil. I think it's only right that you know that we have students globally all over, everywhere. And then I'll come back and share with you a bit more of what we do. You have a newsletter, the link there for your purview. And so Crystal, would you please share?
Good morning. Again, I am Crystal Carroll. I won't be before you long, but I just want to thank you guys for having us. But it has been 5 years since we were able to take another group to Brazil due to the pandemic. So we were very fortunate that we were able to renew our MOU and able to put together a trip so quickly, thanks to Dr. Carpenter and everyone else who helped us with this, be able to take 6 students abroad. I do have one of the students here with me. Again, as Dr. Carpenter mentioned, many of our students have gone to their prospective cities due to the summer break. But however, we were fortunate to travel to Rio de Janeiro, where our students, they did 2 weeks there. They did a study abroad course where they spent 1 week in a town called Sergio Pejica, which is rural, kind of similar to our campus. They're very rich in agriculture and land. And so our students were immersed in the culture. They were introduced to the language, as well as did service projects during the afternoon. The next week, we spent a week in Rio, and that is where, again, they still was introduced to the Portuguese courses. So they were introduced to the language. On top of that, they had a chance to immerse themselves in the rich culture of Brazil. Then after that, towards the end of that week, we had a chance to board a plane and to fly domestically in Brazil to Salvador Bahia, which our students were introduced, and they learned a lot about Afro-Brazilian. So it was very, very interesting for the students to see people who look just like us, same color, hair texture, all of those beautiful things, and just to know the history of Afro-Brazilian culture. So our students really enjoyed that. They enjoyed not just, not every day we had the luxury of a van. Some days we had to get on the subway. We had to navigate our way through this foreign country. And so working in international affairs as the director of international education, I keep up with all of our international students here on the campus. So I understand what it is like. I, spent days in their shoes. Not only have I traveled to Brazil, but I've also been offered the opportunity to travel to Turkey as well and to Ghana last summer. So I understand what it's like to be in a foreign land, not knowing the language, because that was one of our many challenges, as again, we were introduced to the language. So we had to learn very quickly how to order our food, how to just kind of communicate with the other citizens of the country. So it was very fun. I'm not gonna sit here and say that I wasn't scared at sometimes, because I was, but at the same time, the students, I had 6 young ladies. They were very bright, they were very brave, and they kept me motivated. We kept each other motivated, and we had a wonderful time. And again, I believe that they really enjoyed themselves and that they really, really understood the value and just kind of value what they have here at home in the US, because not all the time did we stay in a luxury hotel. As a matter of fact, I called Dr. Carpenter because I was like, Doc, we can't stay at this hotel because it's not safe, And so I'm just so thankful for the university for moving as quickly as they could so that we could move, to a much safer hotel for our students, because, I would hate for us to come back, students, these phones and pictures, they travel fast. So we had to act fast, and we did. And I was very fortunate to have another chaperone to travel with me, Dr. Linnell Craig. She works in the School of Nursing. And so would you like to say anything, Dr. Craig, before we turn it over to Yaz, our student? She is a graduate student here, and I just would like for her to share a little bit of her experience.
I'm just gonna work on my Portuguese. Bom dia. That means good morning. I was offered this opportunity by Crystal Carroll to come share this experience with her, and just to see the students just immerse themselves in this culture. And when the professor from Rio said we have to get on the subway, I was like, what? But each student, nobody complained. They picked up their book sacks and we got on these subways. We ate lunch in the cafeteria at the university. The students at the university that we visited just welcomed us with open arms. We did have a tour guide with us in the daytime, but the evening time, just for the students to just navigate themselves around, it just showed that we can take our students other places and they can adapt well. So I was very just excited for them for this experience. So now I don't want to keep up the time, but here's Yaz, one of our students.
Bon dia,
Bon
everyone.
dia.
El Tsunami Yasmin, which means good morning. My name is Yasmin in Portuguese, and I had the great opportunity of participating in this recent study abroad trip to Brazil. Everybody has been asking me, how was your experience? How was your experience? And all I ever had for them was, it was simply amazing, because this was honestly a big step out of my comfort zone. And I went into it praying. I was like, God, look, 2 weeks in Brazil, a foreign country, my mom and my dad are not with me, my siblings, my partner, none of them are coming, you know. So it was a big step for me, but I went into this with the mindset that, you know, I want to inherently build my confidence. I want to inherently build my faith. So I was really, really thankful for this opportunity. I learned a lot. It's like, I'm blown away, honestly. Like, I can't even describe to y'all how much that I genuinely learned, because I am an aspiring entrepreneur. I recently graduated from the College of Agriculture with a bachelor's in agricultural sciences with a concentration in plant and soil science. So when Ms. Carroll told me that we would be going to the Rural Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, where they are immersed in agriculture, urban forestry, animal science, agronomy, all of these different things, like the fire in me sparked. I was like, oh yes, please talk to Dr. Carpenter and let her know that I really want to go, because as you know, I'm a graduate student. This opportunity was offered to undergrads, so I didn't know for sure if I would be able to go until the very end, when it was time to start packing and getting ready. But like I say, as an aspiring entrepreneur with my own business, just growing here, I really focus on educating my community about agriculture, you know, cultivating their green thumbs. And I'm really focused on young Black people, specifically in North Baton Rouge, because as you know, we do live in a food desert. And when I went to Rio, the way that they live is kind of similar to our community, because they don't have a lot. Like I said, I felt like I was rich out there, because our money is worth a lot more than the reais. So I would just be spending my money. I'm like, oh my, the students would tell me, oh yes, don't buy that, it's gonna be expensive. And I'm like, Bia, my money is worth a lot more. So I just came back with a lot of appreciation for what I have here. They are very, very spiritual there, very, very Christ-centered. Jesus Christ, church, spirituality, gospel music, all of those things. So I was like in my element in Brazil. And like I say, you know, you go to the plant nurseries and things out here. The plants that they have there are in nature there in Brazil. So I was just honestly blown away. I came back with a lot of inspiration for my own business, because, you know, we were like, Ms. Crystal said, we were on the subway by ourselves. Some days the people would be with us to kind of guide us, but other days we were on our own. So we would have an opportunity to, you know, walk through Rio and kind of see what their culture is like. And on every other corner, they would have these small plant nurseries. And as I'm walking, I'm like, that's what I want right there. Like, I just went to Brazil, and everything it is that I asked God to bless me with, I got it tenfold. So I really, really enjoyed this trip. I pray that y'all continue this program for students coming forward behind me. But yes, that's all I have for y'all today.
And I also would like to add that Miss Yasmin left out, but when I held informational, she did not have a passport. And as I went on to tell her about the trip and what it would entail, she put fire under her feet, and she had her passport in time before our trip. And it was her first time traveling abroad. So I really commend her for that. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies.
Carpenter?
Do you have any questions for them before I come back?
You coming back? No.
Me? Yes, sir. Well, first of all, this is just a part of what we do in international affairs, in the Office of International Affairs and University Outreach. What I've tried to capture for you in a quick nutshell is our link. We do it every semester, and this is the summer version of it. And in it, you will see pictures from various countries that our students have traveled. The Ghana trip that you heard the students talk about earlier is being managed by the College of Business. The other trips that we have on here are those, we've gone to China, we've taken our kids to Turkey, we've been in just about every country all over the world. And I think it's important that our students understand that other places are quite different from what we have here and where we are. The beauty in the summer is that you heard them say they traveled across the country of Brazil. Brazil is a very big country. It is the only Portuguese speaking country in South America. So the students take courses in Portuguese and they earned academic credit. The credits are transferred back here on their transcript, and so they have 3 hours of Portuguese on their transcripts now, as well as 3 hours of international service learning. With that being said, they travel across the country to go to Bahia, Salvador. That is the first place that the slaves came to in the New World. So when they came from Ghana, they came into Brazil. Got it? That's how the diaspora works. And so it is important for our students to know this and to know where they come from and what has contributed to making us be who we are. And so they spend time in both of these countries. Miss Carol, I make it clear that people who work in my office have to go to these countries before the students go. I don't send students anywhere that I have not gone myself. To be sure our students are safe, be sure they are welcome, have the credits that they should get, and be treated with decency and honor. And so the International Service Learning Program, we have courses that our students take from going to Turkey. The countries are listed here. We've done Mexico, Liberia, Ghana, and in the fall coming up, we're going to be offering a course in Arabic. You might know that we are the only HBCU that offers 2 strategic languages. We offer Japanese and we offer Turkish. The Japanese course went so well until the professor who taught it for free. Students wanted more, so we have first course in Japanese and the second course in Japanese. Both of them are being taught online because the professor left Southern University and he is now at the University in Chicago, but he continues to teach that class for us online. The Turkish class is taught here face to face, and so we are planning a trip to Turkey for, as I say, regular people, people like you who have never had the opportunity to go to Turkey. I have 5 universities I work with in Turkey, no, 7 in Turkey, and 5 universities I work with in Brazil. So we're looking forward to a trip for people who are not students. It's just going to be a tour. It won't be an academic course. It will be about 5 weeks in October, so I can get more information to you on that. Right now, we have the current enrollment of international students at our university. We have 417 international students, and so they come from all over the world. Our international students who are enrolled here, many of them are a result of our interaction in other countries with them, and we get them back here. And that, to me, is how we grow Southern University. That is the only way you're going to grow the university, is that you have an opportunity to meet these people face to face. We have a recruiting office in Curricula, at Curricula University in Turkey. It is set up with all blue and gold stuff all over it. It's Southern University all over it. And that is how we get our students from Turkey. They connect with Curricula University, and so they come there here. Finally, our office not only prepares students, helping them get their passports, we work with pre-departure training, which is about a 3-week course, which adds to the credit that the student gets before he goes. We want our students to be sure they know what they're going into. We want them to know the culture. We want them to know some words so that they can communicate effectively before they even get to these countries. So the pre-departure training is significant and important. Our office also provides all of the I-20s you hear them talk about. The I-20 is the visa that students must have when they come to this university. Those visas must come through our office. That is the J-1 visa for those who are professors and visiting scholars. And the F-1 visa is for the students that you see here, the 417 that we have on our campus. There are some challenges, and I think one of the major challenges that we need to find housing for our international students, because international students by law cannot go home during holidays. So what happens? You either have to find somewhere for them to stay or manage to arrange to have housing for them somewhere else. It's not like other universities where you have more opportunities for them. But that's one of the things that we really need to look at. Beyond that, I sincerely enjoy doing what I do. My staff enjoys doing what they do. They tell me they do. And so I take them at their word. And so we intend to grow. We appreciate Dr. Andrews for what he does. There are other professors on the campus.
You're not gonna call them all out, are you?
I'm not.
Okay.
But I do want to share with you, on this picture you see Jamie Jaguar. Jamie helps to provide information for students who cannot go abroad. And so every month in the digest, Jamie travels to a different country. And so a little bit of history about Jamie. And so if you have any questions, I'm willing to answer them.
You've answered them all.
Dr. Tarver.
Yes, Mr. Fondell.
I just want to thank Dr. Carpenter for being here with us on the day and the work that she's been doing over there to help to grow her international department. And she, I was going to ask you a question, but I think you answered it about what were some of the challenges that you were facing. You said one of them was dealing with housing. Are there any other tools? Are there any challenges with personnel that you need to help you to continue to grow
There
this
are
program?
always challenges with personnel because you have to have people who are trained by the federal government in order to do what we do, and you have to be a U.S. citizen. That's the first thing. And so there are some challenges, but given the right tools, we can overcome them and work with it. But staffing is a problem at times.
Well, again, thank you for all that you do, not only in your department, but outside of the walls of Southern University to help to continue to keep our brand out there throughout the nation. So thank you again, and really the world. So thank you, Dr.
You're
Carter.
quite a
Is there any other
welcome.
question? Yes. Oh, Mr. Matthews.
I have a comment. So the international school and what you do each and every day is great. And I'm glad that the kids have an opportunity for exposure to all these other countries. I I hope that when we go to these other countries, we also will expose them to all the businesses and corporations within international transportation and maritime, because as we know, the slave trade was what? Maritime, right?
Yes.
It was transportation, navigation, ports, and that's the way the world works. And so when we look at the exports and imports and all the things that are moving in and out of Ghana, Brazil, and all these other countries, especially West Africa, because it's the next frontier, I would hope there's a specific business portion of that so they can be exposed to these international businesses and the opportunities in the industry.
We're doing that, and Dr. Andrews does a good job of doing it on his end, and so you're absolutely correct, yes. I would also like to say that we work closely with the Ag Center and the Law Center on the Baton Rouge landmass. This program is open to Suno and Shreveport as well. And we're in the process of working with Suno to help them through some of their challenges right now with their international students on that campus. And so we work system-wide.
We have a question from Ms. Bailey.
First, I want to say thank you, Dr. Carpenter, for all of your work.
You're welcome.
In giving this opportunity to students. It's amazing. And I actually had a question of what's open to Suno, which you did answer
It
that.
is.
So that's amazing. I look forward to bringing this opportunity back to my university and to SUSLA as well to see if we can get more students to participate. And the second question I had, for clarification, you said the trip that you're trying to plan, was it 5 weeks or did you mean 5 days?
5 days. Did I say 5 weeks?
You said 5 weeks.
No. Oh, no.
Gotcha, thank you.
It would probably be about 5 days. You lose a day going and you lose a day coming. So you got to take that into consideration. Dr. Tarver was with us in Brazil, he and Ms. Smith, so they can share with you also more information should you need it.
No further questions. Thank you so very much for your endeavor and for all of your students present. We look forward to hearing from you again in the future.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
There's another folk too to go around and see her shop. It's a walking distance. You can be there in 1 minute from this building here, and all the flags flying. It's really a good treat to see what she's doing in the presentations on the wall and around the room. So do that as soon as possible.
You're welcome anytime, right over there in the annex.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Back to our agenda. We are on item 6C, expansion of MSW program to Southern University and A&M College, SUBR and SUNO. Who would be speaking for that? You, Mr. Chancellor?
Yes, Dr. I'll start. Dr. Ijigiri and Dr. Charmaine Williams came to me a month ago and presented an idea about the expansion of the MSW program, which is a wonderful and exceptional program at Southern University of New Orleans. And they presented to me information about the number of students that were graduating from Southern University and A&M College with bachelor's degrees in social work. And for whatever reason, not as many of them were going to the Southern University of New Orleans campus. They were going to LSU. Southeastern's got a new program. And those are just lost opportunities. So I said, I think that sounds like a great idea. Let me pick up the phone and start talking with Dr. Ammons. I showed Dr. Ammons some information. He thought that this is an idea worth talking about, and I know he's been talking with individuals at SUNO. I've lost track exactly where we are with this, but I wanted to make the board aware that this is something we think that could really be a winner for both campuses.
Thank you. Any other further comment, Dr. Ammons?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. After speaking with Chancellor Pierre, I spoke with the Dean of the School of Social Work at SUNO and also the Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, and I found out that this initiative was discussed some years ago, but for whatever reason, it never materialized. The dean and the faculty are excited about the opportunity to discuss how we might bring this renowned MSW at SUNO to the SUBR campus. And so they are meeting to iron out some of the details.
I mean, I know what the MSW is.
Oh, I'm sorry, Masters of Social Work.
Yeah, okay. Any other comment or question that Lynn? Thank you very much for that information. Now we're to item 7, other business. Is there any other business before this committee at this time? Hearing none, may we have a motion to adjourn? Moved and seconded. All in favor, aye. So have it. Mr. Chairman?
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Vice.
Chairman. I think if my memory is correct, we have facilities next, and actually the chair of that committee, the Honorable Attorney Edwin Shorty, calls his committee to order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Facilities and Property Committee is called to order. Mr. President, can I get a roll call, please? One of you, anybody from over on that side.
Attorney Edwin Shorty.
Present, sir.
Attorney Des Moines Rutledge. Mr. Paul Matthews. Mrs. Ann Smith. Dr. Leon Tarver II. Dr. Ronnie Whitfield. Here. Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, sir. Can I get a motion to adopt the agenda? Moved by Dr. Whitfield, seconded by Mr. Clayton, or Mr. Matthews, sorry. Any public comments? Any public comments to the germane to the Facilities and Property Committee agenda? Seeing none, we will move on to 5A, informational item, facilities update. Mr. Dawson.
You, Chairman Shorty, to Chairman Lawson, to President Shields and this illustrious board. First of all, the session is over. We have some information that we need to present. Just to let you know that I know that Dr. Robin Basic also has the information that will appear later, but we have our coordinator, capital projects coordinator here. They would like to just kind of go over some things about HB2, about what we were able to get. So Ms. Simone Whitmore is here, so I'm asking her to come up and talk about HB2 and some of the accomplishments we were able to make at the last session.
Great.
Good morning, everyone. I will be brief, I promise. So just a real short overview of what we accomplished in HB2 during the legislative session. When the original bill was presented, we did not get very much of what we asked for. And our goal going into the legislative session was to continue the progress and the advancements of the projects that we had. And if we had new projects, try to get them at least in motion. So the highest priority there is our STEM complex building, which was almost ready to go to construction. It is a CMAR project. So we were able to get enough money to go to construction, 7.3 in non-cash converted to cash. We also received another $1 million in cash as well. So that will allow us to begin demolition of James Hall in the fall to facilitate that construction and begin actual construction of that building in January as planned. As far as the next building was renovation in addition to the existing law library, there was concern because half of that money was still in non-cash. Instead of converting it to non-cash, they gave us $1.5 million in cash, which should allow us with the existing P1 to go to construction. So again, with the shovel-ready projects, our goal was to get to construction. So that project is slated to be completed with design in October and hopefully go to construction at the first of the year. We have also the Susla Gym Complex. That was a problem for many years with the existing building not being inhabitable. We finally got that demoed. That project was not in the bill at all in terms of giving us cash to go to construction. We were able to get $5 million in cash moved up for the year, which will allow us to start not at the beginning of the fiscal year, but hopefully, again, have a January start in that one. The business building was another building here on the Baton Rouge campus that the original bill did not give us any cash to go to construction. Our legislative delegation worked really hard to try to get that one in. They were able to get $10 million of non-cash moved to cash, which should allow us again to have a third quarter start for construction on that one as well. We're expecting the drawings to be completed on that one in June. We also have projects that are continuing in design that received some cash in the legislature. We have the J.K. Haynes School of Nursing that received another $1 million. We have, which will allow the design to continue on that one. The lab school that you guys have been anxiously awaiting movement, we were able to get $1 million cash to continue design. We were also able to get $19 million of non-cash that allows us to design the $75 million facility that we want. Specifically on that one, that project is slated to be at the selection board on July 17th. So we should have a designer selected on that day and have a contract hopefully August and move into design. We have already, with University Resources, completed a program for that project. So our experience with the School of Nursing, for example, was that the new designer was able to complete program completion within a week or two because our document is so thorough. So that is something we want to thank you guys for your support on those kinds of things where we need to move forward and be able to give the state information ahead of time because they were not able to question that School of Nursing at all. We went immediately into the next phase. So hopefully the lab school will be in a similar situation. Other than that, there is a new project for Communication and Digital Film Media Center that our senator was very focused on having for the students in mass communication. There is $30 million for non-cash, which is the trailing cash or essentially an IOU from the state that says, yes, we support the project, but there is $1 million to get started on design on that one. We had a couple of other miscellaneous appropriations that we were able to get $2 million in cash for the chilled water line system here on campus where we are designing reworking that system completely. And other than that, we also received $2.65 million for ADA compliant restrooms and public accommodations at SUNO. And we have $2 million to start the design of the Lewis Collier Science Building renovations. So essentially, all of those dollars will allow projects to move in some fashion. There were a couple of other minor things that don't really advance the projects, but those appropriations that I mentioned will move those projects.
Mr. Clayton has a question relative to that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, to
Mr. Dawson.
Mr. Dawson. Mr. Dawson, I toured the campus yesterday. Touring probably is a bad word, with Senator Cleo Fields. And I have to tell you, I was somewhat dismayed. And I'm going to request Chairman Shorty to allow me to request of him to have a walkthrough of the campus with the president and the chancellor. And here's why. Cleo and I both were on the agenda to speak at TRIO. We went into the union. We pulled up to speak. There was no parking. And here's why. For some reason, Chancellor, all the parking spots are reserved for the vice chancellor, the assistant to the vice chancellor, the secretary to the vice chancellor, Ray Pookie, Tyrone, and everybody. And and Paul. Nowhere was there any parking for visitors. And it appears that someone has this warped sense that you leave all the parking spots for the folks who work there. That's just not how it works in business. You don't have to put the employees over at the mini dome, but you ought to have parking spots for visitors and for the students. It's just different. I invite you to take a walk of the campus, Mr. President. So I walked from there to Lake Kernan, and the dollar weeds and the aqua weeds have taken over their entire pond. I have a pond half the size of that at my little place, and I went to Tractor Supply and bought a couple of bags of lime and maybe spent $100 on poison for the weeds that won't kill the fish, and it eradicated that problem. And I'll say to you, Mr. Dawson, we have two people to your left or right in Dr. McMeans, and I'll ask you, Dr. McMeans, being the agriculture guy, are there any chemicals we can put in that pond to clean that pond up that we can buy off the shelf somewhere that you could have Let me strike that. Has anyone from the campus, Chancellor Pierre's office or the president's office, come to you and ask you, hey, can you help us with the contamination of the lake over there?
No, we've not been asked that question. However, in the past, I did volunteer my expertise, being a horticulturalist. But simply just a herbicide from a local hardware store would take care of that, and it will be, as long as it's environmentally friendly.
And Mr. President, I have to go back, harken back, I like that word harken, to when Dr. Tarver was here and Dr. Yates. This was the most impeccable campus in the state of Louisiana. But if you walk by the lake, I take it, just look over there. It's pathetic. And now let's talk about the ravine. I'll go back to you, Dr. McNeens, being the horticulturist that you are. Has anyone from Southern University, the president's office or the chancellor's office ever contacted you or asked you, can we do something to eradicate the weeds? I mean, that's just despicable on this campus, the way it looks. Has anyone ever come to you and say, hey, can you give us some advice how we can get rid of the weeds over there, poison that area, get rid of the vermin, the rats, the snakes, and everything right next to our kids? Has anyone ever asked you to put forth a plan to clean up the ravine?
Not to my recollection.
And then I'm going to end it with this. I passed through the bathroom up in the Union, and there's a little plastic deal for about 30 cents a foot. You can see it around your foot, Robin. That's that little baseboard. There's no baseboard. It was tall. Well, it was bad. And if you guys were to walk this university, and I'm going to challenge you, Mr. Chair, I'll come with you, to make some notes to say, hey, the administrators guys got to get off of their butts and take a walk around this campus and fix it. I mean, it's not right. And lastly, and I've asked you many, many times, and it's not that complicated, to get the Corps engineers to put a weir right at the mouth of that river and back that thing up 2.5 to 3 feet of water, and you've got the most aesthetically pleasing campus in the South. Go to Hampton and look what they've done with their water. It makes no sense. And I'm not fussing, and Dr. Tarver says, well, I am fussing. So as a board member, Mr. Dawson, walk the campus. And you look, the state of Louisiana use all the water to flood to that little ravine area. They got it nice right where the kids are. Clean this place up. And I think it's incumbent on you, Mr. President and Mr. Chancellor, to walk this campus. And you got Dr. McNeams there with ag folks, the whole 9 yards. Lastly, I went back at campus yesterday. I saw where the sidewalks are all cracked up. The guy who was weed eating was laid out in the middle of just in front of the ag, just laid out in the middle of the deal. I don't know what he was doing. And I'm like, the aesthetics of this campus is not what it used to be back when I was in college back here. And it ought to be. And so from a facilities perspective, thank you, Mr. Chairman Shorty, for letting me ramble. But I just hope we do better with that. And you got a man right there with that brown suit on that has the expert. Go buy some poison that's not going to kill the fish and clean up that pond over there. And I ask that you put it back on the agenda again as for an update on the properties around here so that I can see what they're doing. And lastly, I really mean this lastly, why don't we consider outsourcing the landscaping and something else we talked about outsourcing, Mr. President, maybe Mr. Chairman, outsourcing
Janitorial services.
Janitorial service. Let's outsource it. If these folks don't want to take their job seriously, you won't have to pay the fringe benefits, Mr. President. You got a fiscal clip coming. Let's look at what it'll cost us to outsource it. That might light a fire on them to make them clean it up. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, and I'll yield.
It seems to me, one question first, Mr. Dawson. We have a grounds crew that's responsible for taking care of all of these things, don't we? And what's the name of that unit?
Well, sir, they do not report.
No, that's not what I asked you.
I'm not sure what the name of it is.
Okay, but this group doesn't report to you. Who
No,
do
sir.
they report to?
They report to the facility person on campus, and that person in the Baton Rouge campus is Mr. Maurice Pitts.
Who does that person report to?
I think reports up to Ms. Desiree Honoré Thomas.
Let me tell you why I asked the question, because I can see where part of the problem is. Historically, that unit has been reporting up the ladder to someone in a position such as he has. And unfortunately, he's on the outside of that. We've got our organizational structure needs to be tampered with a little bit, because I think the chain of command would probably resolve some of this, so that Mr. Pitt's shop on behalf of the institution would be going over to talk to Dr. McMeans about getting that piece done. And on the part you're talking about subcontracting some things out, it may be more cost effective to do that because of the, budgets are getting cut. We don't have money to hire people. It may be easier to simply contract some of those services out. And that way you get to help some of your minority entrepreneurs out in that area.
Mr. President?
So let me start by, I take very seriously what you say, and so we do need to do better. I do think, in defense of at least some of the people, is that the budget cuts from a while back really decimated the working staff. And I'm not familiar with what you saw yesterday with the person laying down, but my experience of watching the grounds people, and I'll just tell you this, I get here in the morning. If I get here at 7 o'clock, they're working, and every time I see them, they're moving. So I would like to think that instance was an exception. And just for the record, say I've seen these guys in the heat of the day working from whatever their time is, 7 to 3, and doing a yeoman's work. Maybe outsourcing us will save us some money. I don't know, but that's been suggested to me before, and we will look into that. But the general look of the campus, you're entirely right to hold me accountable for that, and we will make that a priority over the next few weeks to put together a plan to address that.
Ms. Williams, then Mr. Gillum,
Mr. Gillum.
and Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd rise to just focus attention for just a moment to Sutherland Shreveport campus. And I'm looking at the tracking report, Mr. Dawson, because we're being asked questions there, of course, about the capital improvements. And they watch this on live stream. Just confirm for me that they keep asking about the gym complex.
Yes.
And specifically for us, that's a combination not only of the gymnasium, but also for health and physical education, which means it's programmatic, driven to that extent. Just to confirm and affirm, since they're looking, we're in the bidding and contracting phase with the construction of that to start January of 2025.
Yes, on the gym. Yes, sir.
Okay, so I can tell them we can see some dirt turnover, right?
Yes,
Chances
sir.
that will make us very happy. By the
Yes.
same token, affirm for me again, since my people are watching, they want to make sure that I'm on my job down here. The Lewis Collier Science renovation.
Yes.
And as you know, that's where we do all of our science, our math, et cetera, et cetera. Again, strong programmatic thrust that's been lacking for a couple of years now. And as I'm looking at your tracking, we get into the bid process of that next month.
On the Lewis Collier?
Lou Collier, yes. Let's make it large so I can see it. We're talking, looks like, no, we're talking next year.
Yes.
We don't go to the bidding,
Right.
to the planning phase until next year.
Yeah, we have money to go to the design. Some money was added this year to go to the design, to try to get that. Initially, there was a project that funded Lewis Collier. It was $4 million to do a complete renovation of the Lewis Collier Science Building, which was absolutely ridiculous. When Ms. Whitmore and I came on, the first meeting we had with the chancellor down there, we discussed that project. We tried to go to IEB to get it changed to build a temporary kind of science labs there. That was kind of shot down in IEB. So now they're putting money to go through the design to see what we can do to repair and to do the type of renovation to Lewis College that's necessary. However, the conversation is being had, quite honestly, that there may be some foundational issues that we're concerned about. And it may be after we do the kind of due diligence and the investigation, it might be just to kind of build a new one, but we'll find that out. That was the money for, sir.
Okay, well, that's what the design and
Yes, sir.
feasibility study will show us, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
You skipped me.
I went to you.
It was him that me.
Ms. Williams, Dr. Williams, it is a pleasure to have you back.
And I'm back.
I would
and
never dream
ready
of
to
skipping
go.
you, darling.
So I wanted to add on to what Tony said. I thought he was going to talk about the inside of the building once you got in there. And to what Dr. Tarver is saying, I think will help solve a lot of this because the organizational chart needs to be looked at and changed. Because when you walk in to the student union with someone that you're bringing to show this campus to, there's a hole in the ceiling and just like pieces of things around to say, don't walk there. That's a safety hazard, but that's also a turnoff. There was a group of parents. I was with an older person talking about the EMPA program. And the first thing he said was, well, it kind of helped because he said, I want to donate some money to get this fixed. This is ridiculous because these students are coming here and it's a turnoff. So how can we attract when we're bringing them to what we're bringing them to? And so I would love to see what would happen if you would start contracting out one and then redesigning the way the organizational chart is to deal with some of the problems that we have on the campus here, because this is the flagship, but it doesn't look like it at all times, Mr. President. So I agree with you, Tony. You would talk, I thought you were going to go on the inside because that was ridiculous too. And I thought it was just me when I walked down. They have a parking spot if you're on Sesame Street for Big Bird. They have one for, the Cookie Monster. Everybody has a parking spot, but the students and the visitors. And I have never seen anything like that before. I parked there on purpose anyway and want a ticket because I'm going to question why they all have parking spots. So I just think that some of those things need to be addressed. I agree wholeheartedly with you. I thought it was just me who walked and saw what I saw. It was just disheartening. Very disheartening.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll get some discussion and take a deeper dive at next meeting. I've talked to Ms. Thomas about that, actually, everything that you've mentioned, contracting out, and I know she's been looking at it. I don't even have to think twice about it's going to save money. You're not paying benefits. You're not purchasing equipment, and it's in their interest to finish it as quickly as possible. So without a doubt, we're going to have to start contracting many of the services out. I want to say that, but I also want to say a lot of our employees do phenomenal jobs. We have some folk that are not doing such. We're not running anyone off. Our civil servants are trying, and one of the challenges we have, and I talked again with Mrs. Thomas about it, we're paying wages that are not livable, and we're trying to edge them up. Nobody's going to work for $12, $13 an hour in this heat and expect we're going to get the best person that we can find for the money we're paying. So we have some issues that we have to address with the pay, but certainly contracting is not something that ought to be considered. It has to be done right now, quite frankly. And I think through attrition, we probably need to look at replacing those jobs with 1099 employees, I call them. So I agree. Another piece I want to pivot into, I think Tony probably elaborate on it a little bit more. We're going to have to address our capital requests. Are we prepared to, what's the date? I think we had a conversation this morning with Senator Fields. You can talk about that with the
Yes.
capital request. Are we
Yes, sir.
ready for it?
In fact, that's what I was going to bring up today, that once the session ends, the process starts again. So my department will be reaching out to the chancellors and to the facility people on the different campuses, requesting those particular projects they want to see in the next capital outlay request. The goal is, we always have gotten this since I've been here. We've gotten it to this board in September to our first look.
Mr. Dawson, let me make sure that we're all on the same page. I think what Chairman Lawson is referencing is those projects that are shovel ready
That's
to be
exactly what I'm
submitted to the
Oh, yeah.
state, not necessarily where you were going.
Oh, well,
Okay.
sure. Yeah. Those projects are moving forward. All of those projects that are shovel ready. Thank goodness for the hard work of lobbying by President Shields, by Dr. Carpenter, and the team that was there. We were able to get those projects done because, quite honestly, false information was being presented to some of our delegation at the Capitol, and through conversations, we were able to change that. So dollars have been put in those projects that, as Ms. Simone said, we will be seeing those projects moving definitely the beginning of the year. We'll be demoing James Hall because that's the prerequisite to the STEM building. That will be happening sometime this year.
Can we get a list of all of the shovel-ready projects
Yes, sir.
circulated to the Facilities and Property Committee, please?
We'll get it to you.
And make sure when we submit it, we also include our local delegation.
Yes.
And letting them know and have a comfort level that has been done. One last thing. It's been concerning to me since I've been on the board. I think it's inexcusable that we graduate engineers, we have architects and other professionals that graduate from our school. They don't get the opportunity to prosper, even on our campuses, with their professions. Update the board very briefly about the challenge we are having, challenges, not just challenges we're having with getting architects or engineers that attended Southern University.
For selection for projects?
Yeah.
The process is there's about a 7 to 9 member selection committee that's basically convened by facility planning and control. Once a project has been submitted, they just basically come in and submit their proposals to that particular group. The Southern University has one vote on that particular committee recommending an architectural firm or engineering firm to have a project on campus. Sometimes we may get assistance with people supporting our recommendation, but more than that, we probably don't get as many supporting the recommendation we submit. But because we only have one vote on that committee, we can only make our recommendation.
And what is the total number again?
If I'm not mistaken, I think it's 9. I don't quote me. I have to verify that. But we're kind of outnumbered in kind of making influence. Our vote is not weighted in any way toward the user agency.
And that's something we're gonna have to talk with our delegation. And certainly, this is something that has existed. It's not just current administration of the governor's office. We gotta have some reasonable talk with folk that's making these decisions because we're getting flat out shut out.
Right.
And it's not right.
Sir.
Mr. Fondale, I didn't forget you, sir.
My statement was with regards to the outsourcing. We come into this room and before the meeting, not before the meeting starts, we recognize people. And I can remember Dr. Maurice Pitts coming in here recognizing folks that work in his department. A lot of those folks are underpaid, but they're dedicated to this university. And they do the very best that they can with the number of folks. And I've talked to them. I know who these folks are that are over there. When you speak about outsourcing, you talk about cutting people's benefits. These are the folks that keep this campus the way it is. And I know it could be better, but we still got to think about them and think about they watch what we do in this room. And we are openly saying we just need to get rid of them and hire some more folks in here. I don't think that's fair. I think there are ways to address this maybe beyond this room that can make sure that those folks are being taken care of and we can solve whatever problem that challenges that we have here. In the union likewise. I mean, I've served as the over student affairs and was, actively over there at the union. They got challenges. Yes, they do. But that place has grown so very much. Even with regards to parking, there's parking that is out there. I know I go there each time I'm on this campus. There's parking that's there. It may not have been there when you went there, but there are challenges that we have, and I just believe that there are ways to address it without immediately saying we just need to get rid of these folks or somebody's laying out in the grass. I saw these guys working out here when we came out here this morning. It's been hot the last couple of days. It has. So if they've taken a break, God bless them. But I think there's a way that we can address this to look out for those folks also. So thank you.
Mr. Clayton and Dr. Tarver.
You said that Ms. Honore is who this person who's in charge of, is she here?
Yes.
Good morning.
Ms. Honore, Tony Clayton.
Yes, sir.
Who is the person who's responsible for the upkeep of this campus?
Mr. Pitts.
And do you agree or disagree that there's a serious problem going on with the upkeep with this campus?
Yes, sir, I do agree.
And Ms. Fondale, with all due respect, I respect that folks may not be making what they want to make, but this is the business that we have chosen, which is to house and safety and the aesthetics and everything of these kids. So that lies on you, Ms. Honore. That falls on your lap. You've heard me talk about the parking. I guess all that goes under you.
It does not.
Well,
but
whomever that
we will
does,
look at that.
please address it. The
Yes,
lake, the aesthetics of the university. I'm going to ask every board meeting, because I'm going to ride around, and I'm going to call to your attention why the university looks like this. I'm not making it up. The guy was laying down. I don't know if it was hot. I was out there, but it just appeared to be, maybe they're weed eating just on the path that the president comes down. But weed eating, I can show you now, this place just does not look the way it ought to look. Not when you were here, Dr. Tarver and Dr. Yates. I'm telling you, it's fallen from perfection. And Orlando, you asked me earlier, you thought I was going to talk about the dirty laundry. My mama told me don't talk about the dirty laundry, but walk and go look in these buildings. And I don't know Mr. Maurice Pitt, talked to him a time or two, I don't know him personally, but somebody has to fix this. And they need to be called in immediately and fix it, or go get somebody else. Outsource the deal. Sorry, Mr. Fondell, it's out. I had a guy to do my grass, I've outsourced it. And now my grass and everything looks good. We have to fix this. Have you looked at that lake over there?
Yes, sir, I have. And
Have
as
you
a
done
matter of
anything
fact,
about it?
Well, I haven't sent anybody there because I recently learned we have a visitor, a tenant, an alligator. I was waiting on Wildlife and Fisheries before I would send any of my staff down closer in there to kind of cut it. I'm waiting on them. They were supposed to come 2 weeks ago. The weather prevented them from securing the alligator out of there. But Mr. Clayton, I do want to address, this school has faced some tremendous budget challenges. And one of the things, particularly last summer when I got here, you've heard Mr. Dawson talk about the $153 million of deferred maintenance that this school, that the system has. The Baton Rouge campus, unfortunately, because it's the flagship of the system, is the worst place. The air condition alone, this last summer, we're just beginning this summer, we have spent a tremendous amount of money just keeping the air conditioners running, because that's how old these things are. Over probably close to $700,000. And that's a lot of money that we could be doing other things with. Mr. Dawson and I have discussed the roof on the Union.
I understand.
And so, and I'm not making any excuses. Southern University is doing a lot of catch up. And relative to the employees, they are here very early in the morning, cutting the grass and doing all of that, as well as trying to keep, but their staff too was cut probably almost in half.
Ms. Honoré, these buildings belong to the state of Louisiana, and there's provisions that you go and address the legislature and say, hey, we need money to fix the air conditioning upkeep. And I don't know how well of a job we've done in asking for the money to repair this place. Be that as it may, everybody has a job to do,
Yes, sir.
and they should do their jobs. And any excuse about this university looking the way it's looking and the janitorial deal is because the folks in the tough positions or the higher positions are not walking the campus, period. So my story, and I'm sticking to it, is you and whomever else work under you should do a better job. And I'm just telling you as a person who's a taxpayer that if Jeff Landry and the legislature should fund this school, I agree we have some problems. But you have not because you ask not. And then what we have, we need to make sure we properly focus it so that we can make sure that these kids have a safe campus. You go look at the restroom in the Union. You look at the leaking roof.
And I have walked.
Then I'm done. I'm not going to argue with you on it, but
No,
my
I'm not
position is
arguing.
use what you have here.
I just want to inform you that I have walked the
Thank you,
campus,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Clayton.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Clayton. Dr. Tarver.
Yes, sir.
Wait. Can she please finish her statement?
I heard it.
I know, but I want to hear her statement.
She can tell you.
Please.
I'm sorry, Mr. Clayton. I do walk the campus regularly, and I pick up the phone, and I say, okay, I see the trash overflowing here when our kids are moving in. I see these things. They will tell you that I do. And so I can tell you that for the last 8 years, I personally was involved in trying to send and work with the legislature to get funds to Southern University. And Mr. Dawson will tell you, Mr. McClendon will tell you, I have a long list, believe me, because I also am aware of what other schools get. So I do ask, and I will continue to do that and work with you.
Dr. Means, did you get $10 million extra from the legislature? I hate to put you out there, but on top of what you asked for, did you get 10 million more?
We were awarded 10 million in one-time fund.
So you have not because you asked not. You're not asking in the right place. And so so you're talking to a guy who's down there, and I'm listening to LSU, Louisiana Tech, and all the other schools that are similarly situated that are outdoing us. I don't even know who our legislative delegation is down there, but I don't see it. And so when he's picking up, I see him and I see his committee down there, and they're getting 10 million extra. And so when you sit here and tell me, Mr. Matthew, you want to hear it, you want to come down there and work with me sometime and see that they're not doing.
I don't want you to disrespect her in her position.
Okay, whatever. I'm not disrespecting.
Gentlemen, Mr. Matthews.
Mr. Matthews, please. I'm just telling you to come down there and listen and come work that legislature with me, and you'll see chancellors get 10 million and get extra money.
Mr. Clayton, I would remind you of the comments that you gave Chancellor Pierre about 30 minutes worth of comments. Dr. Tarver.
I'm sorry, Honorable, my question was for Mr. Dawson.
Yes.
A few minutes
Yes, sir.
ago, there was some reference made to a weir system.
Yes.
And I'm aware that that's a part of the master plan for along this block. Just where are we in relationship to that master plan?
Yes, and thank you, Dr. Tarver. I think that I made a presentation that actually showed a 3D rendition of the situation with the weir. I think, Ms. McClayton, you may not have been at that meeting, but I wanted to show you that there is a project that's being done to put a weir to do exactly what you said. That project is dealing with the ravine. $35 million have been allocated for the project. The project is being managed by DOTD. DOTD has informed me that all of the documents to approve that project is being reviewed by the federal government. They expect the finalization of that review to happen sometime this fall. After that happens, they will move forward with actually going through the bidding process and getting the contractor to do it. So I heard you very clear about that weir and what it's going to do. So that project is moving forward.
All right, if that would conclude any comments on 5A, let's move to 5B, the housing needs for SUBR.
Mr. Shorty. So I wanted this item to be on the agenda for at least a couple of reasons. Number one, I'm already hearing the issues about folks trying to get housing on campus, and trying to probably in a situation where we're needing to address these issues. I've been working to deal with alternative sources of housing, but one of the things that we definitely have to address is the fact that proposed construction for housing and the student union will not cash flow, and we basically are not going to be able to do those projects. So I think that's something that we just have to address. I know there's some efforts by the foundation to acquire a property, the Cadence. I know that's working through. We're looking at other options, but basically, housing is going to be a challenge.
Picking up here. Go ahead, Chancellor.
Just housing is going to be a challenge.
That concludes your update on
That-
housing?
that-
Mr. President, where does that leave us with the discussions that we were having about looking to see what would pencil out in financing new housing?
So we're going to start from scratch, but we have this entity. I've asking our lawyers to look into whether or not how we can facilitate working with this national group, JLL, that will help lead us through a process that hopefully can get us breaking ground on a facility in about a year, and will also help us identify financing that will work. It's a top priority for me to address this. And so over the next month, I hope we can finalize the agreement with this entity and begin the process with them of developing another housing project.
Thank you, sir. If that concludes, Mr. Dawson.
Yes, just, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just real quick. I think I needed to address the additional deferred maintenance dollars that we had come to the university. I think it was good, and I got to thank Dr. Carpenter, and I think also Representative Ken Brass who brought a delegation from the state that toured the campus. They toured the campus, and the Speaker of the House basically is a contractor. And when they start hearing the kind of issues that we had, I mean, I think HB 940 proceeded forward. Just very briefly, that indicates that this fiscal year, we will be getting $15 million, close to 15, 14 million, 9 something, that will be coming to the university system for deferred maintenance projects. That does not include the 5 million that we really had, originally had allocated, that's currently in the CEA that we're doing projects for. So some of these issues that you're talking about, you're gonna see a very quick, focused endeavor to get it done. HB 940 eventually, the goal is for them to take care of the whole $154 million deferred maintenance deficit that we need for our whole campus for it to be funded. The chancellors know I have asked for projects, the deferred maintenance projects, to be submitted to me. They were supposed to be submitted to me by close of business yesterday. My goal is I have to get that to FP&C and to Board of Regents by Friday of next week. I will be compiling all of that, getting with the president and getting with the chancellors to make sure that we've accomplished everything. But I think it's good to say that we have some opportunities to do something that we're going to have to make sure that we perform. So I'm glad to say that we have some things that should address some of the concerns that were mentioned today.
And Mr. Dawson, begging the chairman's indulgence, I would ask that that list of shovel-ready projects be submitted to the entire board, and we engage the entire board and have them lobby on the university's behalf to get some of these projects before the powers that be to move some of them forward.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Gaines?
I would like to add that the organizational chart that we talk about, and we've mentioned it before. I think when I first came on board, I had a conversation with Ken about who was responsible for what, and was surprised to learn that I thought he was, and then I learned of Mr. Pitts. So I think that really does need to be addressed. That structure of when something needs to be done, who does it go to? How long it's to be out there, not done, someone responsible for following up. So I think we need to know more about that process. So I look to hear more from you on that.
Thank you, Ms. Gaines. Dr. Carver?
It seems that all of these discussions that we've had, that we're having right now, dealing with funds, demands for funds, because we're underfunded and we don't know where to get the money from. Let me remind you that last week when the Board of Regents met, there was a great discussion about the tax that is coming off at June of next year. And that projection was something like a cut of about $500 million that higher education and health is going to impact. It's going to impact us. During that session, there was some talk about developing a strategy for dealing with it, but no one in the room seemed to have had an answer for that at that time. One of the things that I shared with them was something I remember, this same identical tax coming up back during the gender years. And once again, higher education and health was being threatened by this, as we are right now. And it seems to me that at some point in time, perhaps at our upcoming retreat, Mr. Chairman, we're going to have to sit down and talk about how to address that. The last time that this came up, all of the higher education systems, together with the Board of Regents, came together with the governor to talk about bringing Louisiana to the capital. And I'm talking about students and faculty and parents and community people from across this state down there at the legislature, in some attempt to have them help understand the importance, significance of that impact, and the reason why that roll-off should never occur. If we were able to do that, we'd be able to at least address some of these problems we got right now. But if we don't do that, if we aren't successful, this discussion is going to go in a entirely different direction the next year we look like this. And so I wanted to see it now because I forget about it. But at some point, Mr. Chairman, if we could discuss this perhaps in our retreat, is how to address this in who do we need to partner with in all of our systems, to include business and the labor unions and everybody else. This state has been impacted by it, not just Southern.
You're correct, Mr. Dr. Tarver, and we will discuss it, but we're also going to have a budget hearing. We'll talk about that a little bit more next meeting, actually, the next committee meeting coming up about addressing those concerns, and it's a big concern. I mean, the cut without that tax being renewed will be devastating to all of higher education. The biggest challenge we're having, we talk about grass cutting. This goes to the classroom too. I mean, we're woefully under where we ought to be with the Cooper averages and the SRAB averages when it comes to our faculty. So we have to have, as the young folks say, real talk start next week, and certainly go into our retreat with it. And that certainly has to be on the table. Thank you for that, Dr. Tarver.
Thank you, gentlemen. Now we'll move on to other business. There are two things we need to address in other business. One, I think I take Ms. Gaines' point of asking the governance committee to look at the structure of who reports to who, because Mr. Clayton's point is well taken. I think we may have some issues about who's supposed to report to who, and there may be some convoluted systems there. So I think that should probably be brought up in the governance committee. And secondly, I would like to address a short trip that several board members, including the chairman and I, took to Dallas to meet with Overland Partners. Mr. Dawson is going to work out an agreement with a company called Overland Partners. Overland Partners helped design both AT&T Stadium and Globe Life Field in Dallas and some facilities at TCU. And what we're going to try and do is seek private dollars to do a feasibility study relative to a couple of things. One, there are upgrades that we can look at making to the stadium that would enhance the experience of attending the games. And there's some that will pencil out and be paid for in short order by increased ticket sales. Because some people don't, everybody doesn't want the exact same bleacher experience. Some people may want an upgraded experience. And so the idea Overland Partners had was to take us to look at what they did with both the baseball field and the football stadium in Dallas to show us what those upgraded seats and what their stadium seating looks like at TCU, to show us, hey, look, this may work, this may not work. This is a little bit of an upgraded experience, and your patrons may enjoy that, and thereby you can charge a little bit more for these seats, and that will pay for itself. These upgrades will pay for itself and lead you to have sort of an entertainment district, which is something that we presented a few months ago to the board, and we can show you renderings of what they project. But Mr. Dawson is going to work with them to do a feasibility study, to get the money to do a feasibility study to show us what would and would not work and what would pencil out for the university. The other thing that I think the board needs to be made aware of is, while we were at TCU, and I think this is good for all of the chancellors to hear, we took a tour of the College of Communication, and they addressed some unique problems in a very interesting way. The College of Communications had a funding issue relative to the equipment that they would need to teach their students. And they didn't have all of the equipment. It's very expensive to be able to broadcast games and that sort of thing. So what they did was they partnered with athletics, because athletics had it in their budget to be able to buy that equipment. Well, the trade-off was athletics would pay for the equipment for the College of Communications. The College of Communications would provide students to work and shoot the games. So along with the professionals, students in the College of Communications help out and shoot the games. Those students get valuable education doing that, and they also can then go over to intern with ESPN for the Rangers games or the Cowboys games or the Mavs games. So those two colleges work together to supply a need and to provide funding, because as the dean of the College of Communications told me at TCU, he projected the equipment to cost somewhere in the neighborhood of $3.5 million, which would have blown his budget out of the water. But athletics could absorb it. And through that partnership, through those two colleges working together, you saw how they could buy the equipment and set their students up for success and get their students jobs. And as he told me, a lot of people often look at the fact that there's a broadcaster and there's one broadcaster, but there are 400 other people who support the broadcaster, and some of those people are making $1,000 a day. So it was just a very interesting tour to see how they operate at TCU and what they did to increase revenue from the stadium standpoint. And thank you, Mr. Dawson, for setting this up. I think it was very informative for everyone who attended. And in the future, hopefully, we'll be able to work out the funding so we can get the full feasibility study done so that you can, so that at least Mr. Clayton will be able to afford an expanded suite for future games. If there no other business, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Thank you. We are adjourned.
Thank you, Chairman Attorney Shorty. We'll go directly into the Finance Committee and ask that the chair of that committee, Dr. Orlando Williams, call that committee to order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to call the meeting of the Finance Committee to order, please. Roll call.
Yes, and welcome back.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Dr. Orlando Williams.
Present.
Mrs. Ann Smith. Mr. Sam Gilliam. Mrs. Christy Reeves. Attorney Des Moines Rutledge. Dr. Leon Tarver II. Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Present.
I think we have a quorum.
Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda. Moved by Mr. Gilliam, second by Ms. Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Are there any public comments? Seeing none. Item 5, action items. Request approval of fiscal year 23 to 24 budget adjustment number 1 for the Southern University System, Southern University Board of Supervisors, Baton Rouge, the Law Center, New Orleans, Shreveport, Agriculture Extension and Research Center. I'll entertain a motion to approve. Go ahead, Mr. Gilliam.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would like to direct a question and a concern to the President and to Mr. Sorry, I forgot. My voice doesn't carry like it used to. There? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Would like to direct a question to the President and possibly Mr. McClinton. And I'm looking under the board packet, Mr. McClinton, I'm looking at BA 7, I think it's page 2. And there is a specific statutory dedication in here that specifically references the Shreveport Riverfront and Convention Center and Independence Stadium Fund that comes from the Shreveport venue. Question I'm asking, and I think I can ask it in right spirit, is any portion of that dedication going back in some small way back to the Shreveport campus?
Okay, you on BA 7 1 or 2?
The very first one, I think.
Okay, for BA.
When you run in the packet, it's page 2.
Okay, on page, I can go to page 2. The first one is page 1. But for the second one, what we have is that it's the supplemental appropriation. And
what does that mean? I mean, is that specific to just the system or the Baton Rouge campus or any of the other campuses, or is any portion of it?
Well, the one for the breakout for the statutory dedication, it's support for Louisiana First, and it's under, I'm sorry, part of it is going to the Shreveport campus.
That's what I want to know, because it appears as though the actual total declaration is something like $350,000. My chancellor and Susser could use any small portion of that, if not all of it.
Yeah,
Can you be more specific in terms of what part, if any, is going directly to Shreveport or back to the Shreveport venue?
Right, 300, and on this particular one, 397,740.
Okay, and it's earmarked and going specifically where?
Right to the Shreveport campus. If you look at page 1.
I'm looking.
Are you on page 1 for the?
Yes, I'm looking at a lot of red ink too, so that's why I posed the question.
Look on page. I'm trying to make sure I'm on the same BA7 you're looking at.
Okay, let's go. Okay, let's start at page 1.
Okay. If you look at the one on page 1 for BA7 number 1, you see that one?
I think I'm there, yes.
Now, the one for BA7 number 1 on page 1, it's actually moving, this is just a move of authorization. We're moving funds from the Law Center, the New Orleans campus, and the Shreveport campus, nothing but budget authorization being moved to the Baton Rouge campus. And the way it works is that if one campus is over their authorization and another campus is under, no money is moving. All we're doing is moving authorization. And all we are saying is that Baton Rouge if they end up with needing more money and the other campuses needing less, other campuses didn't make their projection.
Okay.
Let me break it out. That's with the enrollment. This is self-generated revenue.
Okay, all of this is self-generated then.
Right.
Okay.
Self-generated revenues. If the self-generated revenues for the New Orleans campus, the Shreveport campus, and the Law Center was short, and the Baton Rouge campus was over, all we're doing is moving our budget authorization from the New Orleans Law Center and the Shreveport campus to the Baton Rouge campus. But it doesn't mean any money is moving. It just means that the budget is being increased for Baton Rouge and the budgets are being decreased for the other campuses. We have talked to the CFOs and they're all in agreement with doing this. So
Okay.
that it doesn't pose any problem.
Okay, and I don't want to draw this out, but it looks like all three, well, the only exception that's not underwater is the Ag Center, and of course, they're federally funded, so they don't even play into this. But everybody else is underwater budget-wise, right?
Right. And we've talked about it throughout this semester, throughout the year, really, that those three campuses, self-generated revenues were down and Baton Rouge was up. So all we're doing now is just moving the authority.
Okay.
And
I think I'll leave that alone. I'm specifically concerned about that particular statutory declaration that I was talking about.
Right. This doesn't have anything to do with the statutory debt. This is just basically the self-generated revenues, which is basically tuition and fees for our
I
students.
understand that. Everybody needs more students.
Right.
Okay.
And if you look at the previous report, you'll see we've been saying the whole semester that those three campuses, self-generated revenues were down and Baton Rouge is up. And we just moving authorization. That's all we're doing. It has nothing to do with next year. It's only for the year we are
This
in
fiscal
now.
year is about over, yeah.
That's correct.
I'll entertain a motion to move forward. Mr. Gilliam?
I'll move.
Ms. Smith, you second? It's been properly moved in second. All those in favor? Here, no objections, motion passes. Item B, request approval of fiscal year 23-24 budget adjustment number 2 for the Southern University System. The Board of Supervisors, Baton Rouge Law Center, New Orleans, Shreveport Agriculture Extension and Research Center. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Vice Chair.
Moved by Ms. Smith, second by Mr. Gilliam. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 6, informational items. There's your interim financial report in the packets, and on next Wednesday at 1 o'clock, we will have budget hearings in this room.
It's next Wednesday at 1
Next
o'clock.
Wednesday. Item 7, is there any other business? Item 8, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. It's moved and seconded. All those in favor, we stand adjourned.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, Dr. Orlando Williams. We'll roll directly into Governance Committee in the absence of his chair while he receives this distinguished award. I'll call upon the Vice Chair, Dr. Whitfield.
Thank you, Chairman Lawson. We will now call the Governance Committee to order. Can I get a roll call vote, Mr. President?
Yes, sir. Dr. Samuel Tolbert, Dr. Ronnie Whitfield.
Present.
Miss Dana Bailey, Mrs. Christy Reeves, Attorney Edwin Shorty, Dr. Leon Tarver II, Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. We will now move to agenda item 3, adoption of the agenda. Can I get a motion to accept the agenda item as written, the agenda as written? Can I get a motion? Can I get a motion?
B12 shots already. I'll second.
Got a motion from Maple Gaines, a second from Chairman Lawson. All those in favor? Any objections? Hearing none, we'll move to public comments. Are there any public comments germane to the agenda as written? Any public comments? No public comments. We will now move to action item 5A, request approval of revised policy on policies, Southern University system. Any discussion prior to that? Chancellor Pierre, President Shields, or Dr. Young?
Dr. Penning,
Dr. Penning?
if you have any questions, he's developed this and has recommended it.
Dr. Penning, if you could just give a little brief history on this, very brief, and so the board can understand what we're voting on.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. 60 seconds. We're strengthening the existing policy by introducing a committee structure that can do due diligence in the review of all policies, be they emanating from the campus or the system. And we'll have governance groups on all of these committees, so the faculty senate, the student leadership, and the staff leadership are part of the discussion of any policy, be it on the campus or the system. That, in essence, is the revision.
And if I understand, there was an issue where there may be something that's happening on the Southern University Baton Rouge campus, but they don't have it in SUNO. So the system policy didn't apply.
That is correct. And there are some policies that really are relegated simply for the campus. So there are 2 tracks, campus policies and system policies. And now we have committees to review and provide due diligence.
Attorney Shorty.
That's it. I just would ask that in the future, we were doing a little bit of a brief squirb, and we probably could have avoided this if somebody would have just did a one sentence explanation.
Go back to
because revised policy on policies is the very end.
Nebulous.
Vague is an understatement.
Gotcha.
But I'll move passage.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We will do that moving forward. Absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Penning.
Thanks, sir.
So I'm accepting your motion, Attorney Shorty.
Move passage.
All right. Let's go. Any objections? Hearing none, motion passes.
You need a second.
So, I'm sorry. Let me get a second. Maple Gaines, I'm sorry. Dana, I'm sorry. Dana Bailey.
Yeah.
Got a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any objections? Hearing none, the motion carries. Item 6, other business. Any other business? Hearing none, move for adjournment. And can I get a motion? Attorney Shorty, Maple Gaines, properly second. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Right into legal. Actually, chair of that committee, Attorney, what's the fellow name over there? Tony Clayton.
Thank you, Mr.
Take
Chair.
charge of this committee.
I'll call the order the Legal Affairs Committee. Mr. President, roll call vote.
Yes, sir. Attorney Tony Clayton.
Here.
Attorney Des Moines Rutledge. Ms. Dana Bailey. Mrs. Maple Gaines. Mrs. Christy Reeves. Attorney Edwin Shorty.
Present.
Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Entertain a motion to adopt the agenda. Properly moved by Ms. Bailey, second by Mr. Shorty. The agenda is adopted. Any public comments with anything germane on the agenda? Seeing no one come forth, I'll move to action item 5A. This time I'll offer up for a motion of approval, action 5A, 1, 2, skip 3, through 4, and 5 in global. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion properly moved and second by the chair. All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? None. I left item 3, honorary companies for a reason. We were notified yesterday by the board council that that they notified the Board of Ethics that an officer of this university may have been related to this contract. I think I'll go to you, Ms. Blanche. You've checked all the boxes on this?
Sir.
And it's none of the board members would be in any violation of any ethic rules if they were to vote to pass this?
Correct.
I'll entertain a motion to pass item 3.
So moved.
Properly moved and second by the chair. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, that item 3 passes along with 1, 2, 4, and 5. Now, information item 6, NCAA class action lawsuit settlement and potential impact of athletes. Mr. Chair, Chancellor, would you address that briefly for us?
Attorney Clayton, so you may have heard that the NCAA reached a settlement with athletes who filed a class action suit. One of the big outcomes is that as part of the settlement, that Power 5 conferences will receive funding. Power 5 conference teams will receive, or schools will receive funding to the tune of about $21 or $22 million a year for the next 10 years to pay student athletes. That benefit was not given to other non-Power 5. So whether you're FCS or whether you're the MAC conference or any one of those, that's not there. However, we can look at a trend, and if Power 5 conferences start doing this sometime in 25 or 26, then that's going to have an impact on everybody else. So I just wanted to make the board aware of that. You have seen a lot of information about athletic programs, quote, losing money. This puts an extra stressor on our athletics. I just did some research. For example, in 2022, among HBCU public universities, Southern University had the highest revenue amount among HBCU public university. We were roughly $18,150,000 in revenue. For the 2023 year, we were down about 800,000. Still, that would put us at either number one or number two. I don't have any comparison. But what I'm saying is we've got to start thinking about how athletics is financed and the challenges that will come for schools like Southern University, even though what I've learned from Dr. McClellan is the SWAC conference is the highest revenue generating FCS conference, and we're very good in comparison to the others. But this is going to put a pressure on anybody who's not a Power 5 school.
And you guys are on top of it, correct?
Chairman
To
Clayton?
the best we can be.
I defer to the president.
Let me give you a little fuller sort of circumstance and the position that the SWAC is taking. To give you a background to the board, right now, the NCAA distributes money to universities, usually through conferences. Southern's share to support sort of pass-through dollars, academic support, that kind of thing, is $500,000 a year. And that flows through. Now, what the impact of this potential settlement, because it's not in place yet, is it will reduce the distributions to non-Power 5 conferences, or at least to the SWAC, between 25 and 30% a year. So it's not money we have to write a check for and give back to them. It will reduce the distribution. The conference's position is, and there's likely to be a big fight over this, is the Power 5s and the other major players in this are threatening to walk away from the NCAA if this settlement isn't reached. That would take all of the money that we get away. The conference is taking the position that we'd rather keep approximately 70% of the money than lose all of it. So that's the position the conference is taking. In addition to that, what I would tell you is that this SWAC conference, under the leadership of the current commissioner, is doing a remarkable job. In addition to the distribution from the NCAA, this year, the 12 conference schools got a distribution of about $500,000 apiece, quite apart from whether they win the football title or the basketball title or go to the NCAA. And that's a direct result of their media contracts with ESPN and with the Byron Allen Enterprises. The Byron Allen contract is, I think, a 10-year contract that the payout goes out up about $1 million a year. So ultimately, that's divided each year between the conferences. I think that was about $6 million a year. In addition, there are corporate sponsorships. The lead one is Pepsi, and then GM. They just signed up Google. And so they're getting, our conference is actually doing better. Outside of the Power Five, our conference is doing better than almost any other conference. Some of them have higher volume of revenue, but they're not getting the distribution of the media rights right now. So I think the commissioner's comfort level is that we have the capacity, and the Council of Presidents and Chancellors, we have the capacity to make up this revenue over time so that we don't have to get into a big fight over and force this issue with the NCAA. That's where it sits right now, if that makes any sense.
Any committee members have any questions of the president or the chancellor as it relates to this? Any other board members? I have a question for you, Mr. President.
Sure.
Two-part question. As the leader of this institution, what's your position of athletics? Do you see that athletics is a integral part or component of the existence of Southern University?
Oh, absolutely.
Right. And two, do you believe that if this lawsuit doesn't pan out in the best interest of Southern, that we have to make a major modification as it relates to financing athletics?
If the NCAA goes away, that's a huge, it's at least a $500,000 problem. But it also means there's no basketball tournament. There's nothing like that. It is a major issue.
Okay. All right. Any other comments as it relates to this? I move to the next informational item, which is the request authority to retain outside counsel to initiate action against Advanced Biomedics. We had a conference call within the legal limits with I think the president and the chancellor and the lawyers. Personally, unless you guys think so, we discussed it. It's just to allow the lawyers to choose any other law firm that they want to help with this litigation. I don't think we need to go in executive session for it, unless any one of our board members think differently, and they all seem to be saying no. Anything you want to add, Mr. DeQuay or Ms. Blanche, to this?
No, sir.
Thank you, and I'll move on to any other business. Hearing no other business, the Legal Affairs Committee will entertain a motion to adjourn, and I see Mr. Shorty, the Chairman, seconded. We are now adjourned.
Thank you, Chairman Attorney Clayton. Next, we'll go into Personnel Affairs Committee. Will the chair of that committee, Mr. Sam Gilliam, call it to order?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The Personnel Affairs Committee is hereby called to order. Mr. President, will you please give us a roll call?
Yes, sir. Mr. Sam Gilliam.
Present.
Ms. Christy Reeves. Attorney Tony Clayton. Mrs. Zell Dudley. Dr. Leon Tarver II. Dr. Orlando Williams. Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Item 3 would call for adoption of the agenda, but we have some amendments, and please be mindful of the quarter. The Chancellor Ammons has requested to defer to a later date action item 5C, 1 and 5, repeating 1 and 5. And accordingly, also, Chancellor Gant has requested to table action item E number 2 until next month. Okay, those are the amendments. Okay. Am I in order now, Mr. Counsel, to simply call for an adoption of the amended agenda?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I have a question about item 5A7.
5A7. All right, sir.
My question is addressed to you, Chancellor Pierre. How much money does the Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs of SUNO makes?
That's a good question.
I'll tell you. I'll ask you, Mr. SUNO Chancellor. You know what that person makes? That person makes $190,000, and then now you're taking the person who has 3 times the land mass, 3 times the students, and you're paying her from 177 to 186. Let me ask you this, Chancellor. What amount of money did the previous Vice Chancellor who had this position, what amount of money did that person make?
Well, I learned that I thought it was around this amount, but it was actually 191. So
And that was a male, right?
yeah. So
And
I appreciate it. If you want to raise it, I'm all.
I'm not finished. And then next, Dr. Mensah, who answers to this chancellor, how much money does that person make?
I think the salary with everything involved is about 175.
It's about 202,000 if you double check it, sir. Would you disagree with that?
Well, that's because he has research money, which is separate.
202,000 total, correct?
Yes,
And then the dean of the science makes roughly 200 and some thousand too. That answers to this lady's position, correct?
yes,
And so the highest dean on the campus makes about 205,000. Am I correct?
that's right.
And that highest dean has to answer to this lady who goes from 177 to 186, correct?
Yes,
You just appointed a person to the law school chancellor. That person received over $100,000 raise to that chancellor position, vice chancellor position, or whatever you call it, correct?
No, you lost me on that one. I appointed someone.
Well, the board appointed
Okay.
the chancellor, a male, but he
right.
makes approximately 100,000 more, right?
Yes,
Now we right at about 8,000 or 9,000 to this female that you appointed to the full-time position, correct?
yes,
Now, if the highest person makes 205,000, typically in executive organizations, the boss makes about 2.5% more. And I did some numbers. 2.5% would put that person at about 210,000 if you're going to make her the executive of that position. And if it's 5%, it's 215,000. But if we cut that in half, cut the bottom part to 1.5% over her underlings, she should be paid roughly 208,000. That's what you should pay men, females, and everybody should be treated equally, correct? Amen. So let me ask you this. I'll offer forth an amendment on that salary to give you an option to go from 202 to 208,000 and to renegotiate or go talk to Ms. Dr. Young to determine whether or not the salary is commensurate and fair to what male counterparts and everybody else who's had that position.
I accept that.
Second.
I have no problem with that.
All right. That's right. Well, can I put that in motion to make sure?
In fact, why don't you just put it at 208 and we'll be done with it?
You know what? I move that we put her salary at 208 and be done with it. When I left out 75 cents. No, 280. And look, in all seriousness, yeah, you can verify it, but 208,075 cents will put her above her colleagues, and that'll put her where she's treated just like everybody else on that position. I'll ask that be put forth in the motion to pass, Mr. Chairman. All right.
Because, I'm very excited about this, but just to make sure we do it right, shouldn't he, while we're adopting this agenda, say that change at that time, and then we could adopt it and then move for acceptance?
I did it as an amendment. I thought about that.
So we just need to accept the amendment, or vote on the amendment, I should say.
Based upon the amended agenda, with the changes that you referenced and the changes that Mr. Clayton referenced.
So we have before us then, we'll post for the Personnel Affairs Committee. We have a motion that would offer the amendments previously presented for action items 5C, 1 and 5, and also 5E2, and for the amendment change for action item 5A7.
So moved.
Correct, sir? Okay. Should I get a second? We have to vote on that one, do we not?
Yes.
Okay, we call for a vote, Mr. President.
Mr. Sam Gilliam,
Yes.
Mrs. Christy Reeves, Attorney Tony Clayton,
Yes.
Mrs. L. Dudley, Dr. Leon Tarver II,
Yes.
Dr. Orlando Williams,
Yes.
Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Okay, this motion has been voted and unanimously approved. And this was for action items 5A through E as amended. Am I right, counsel?
Yes, sir.
Okay, those in favor, please let it be known by sign of aye. Opposers, nay. Thank you very much. We move on to action item F. Is a request for approval of sabbatical leave for Dr. Wesley Gray. What is your pleasure? It has been moved by Dr. Orlando Williams and seconded by someone who's on the committee. Who's on my committee? Dr. Carver's on here. I have a second from Dr. Tarver. Okay. Approving the request for sabbatical leave for Dr. Wesley Gray. Those in favor of this motion, please let it be known by the sign of aye. Opposers, nay. Action item F5F is thus approved. Item number 6 is other business. Is there, oh, wait a minute. We have to go back to, I forgot about the comments, but we're gone now. Okay. Ooh, that's nice. Okay, we have other, I forgot, that's okay. We have to go back and get, we were moving, trying to expedite this. We have public comment, if you will. Excuse me. We have a provision for public comment. I omitted it. Dr. Anthony Agidi, you present, sir? Please come forward. And our apologies. You need to raise hand and let us know, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
It's all yours, sir.
Let's see, what time is it now? I know it's probably morning. Good morning, Chairman Lawson.
Good morning.
President Sheard, and honorable board members. I'm here to, I'm not new here. I represent the Faculty Senate, and glad to see that we are removing the interim remark from that of Dr. Young. I'm glad to see that. I'm here to support just that. And especially at this critical time, complexities on campus, such as promoted faculty pay adjustment, faculty handbook. A dynamic leader is needed to accomplish all this. And the Faculty Senate will fight to achieve these. And Dr. Young has been working with us, and she's capable of bridging this gap. Hence, I'm so delighted that the title interim is no longer there. This will make her work harder. Why am I saying this, honorable board members? Faculty respect you dearly. Chairman Lawson, you know this. We respect you dearly. Yeah. You listen to the faculty. And let me use this opportunity because I'll be coming here on a regular basis. Towards the end of last semester, there was a campus-wide election. 3 people ran for the Faculty Senate position, president. 3. And Dr. Samuel was responsible for conducting the election, and I was declared winner by about 60% of my colleagues. I am going to represent my faculty, my colleagues. As I've said in the past, I'm not doing this for personal aggrandizement. This university gave me opportunity to work here, train my children through private school in such a way that some of them in medical school, this university gave me that opportunity. So I will fight for my colleagues, the junior ones, to attain the promised land. The promised land is to get to the rank of professorship, and I will help them to do that. So for them to gain that promotion, some of them came here because of the love they have for this university. Received, they accepted. I call this minimum wage to serve this university. Please, board, just give me a little bit.
Go right ahead,
right.
Dr.
Now they are here. They've applied through, through ladder, assistant, instructor, assistant, and all the way to, full professor. And some of them still making 67. This is unacceptable. And again, I met with our chancellor some few days back. After I've been elected, I visited him to officially introduce myself. And I told him, I said, Mr. Chancellor, I support you. That doesn't mean that I will not criticize you. It is not going to be personal. He said, look, I'm open. You can criticize me. I will continue to criticize him if my faculty are not happy with your direction. So also with Dr. Young. Yes, she's doing a fantastic job right now. If my faculty are dissatisfied, I will come before the board. I will complain. I'm not going to shy away from that. I don't need anything from anybody. Just treat everybody. I'm looking for fairness. That's all. Thank you again for, thank you, Attorney Clayton. Look, I love you more now for what you just did to uplift her. I love you more. I tell you. Thank you, and I appreciate you. Thank you, Chairman Lawson. Thank you so much, Chairman
What I
Lawson.
like about him, you don't have to wonder where he stands. He loves this university.
Yes.
And you're a true advocate for the faculty. Thank you for that, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Dr. Getty. And again, our sincerest
Board Member
apologies,
Bailey
sir,
has
for
a
omitting the comments initially, sir. Please
Board
do.
Member Bailey has a question.
Yes.
Chairman, I wanted to just make sure that we voted on those action items. It seemed that we skipped it.
That's what they've just brought to my attention. They said my voice failed at that point because I'd asked for action items, the amended action items 5A through E, but let's do it again for clarification, okay? We will restate it as I remember it. We will call for then a motion to approve action items as amended, 5A through 5E. Would that be inclusive of everything? That is it? Okay. Okay, we have movement by Mr. Clayton and second by whom? Dr. Tarver. Okay. Those in favor, again, please let me, yes.
Chancellor Ammons, how many folks do you have in your recruiting department?
The entire department, including the vice chancellor.
You will pull your mic down, Chancellor, so they can hear you in the streaming.
I think there are five recruiters.
And how much is the director of the recruitment department pay?
Of the recruiting department, we gave her an increase recently. I don't remember. I have to get it for you.
I would like to see that, sir.
Okay.
And just very briefly, and we've talked about this before, and I think Mr. Clayton has done a great job of addressing some of these salaries that can be outsized. But it doesn't seem that we have corresponding expenditures in actually trying to bring people on campus. And we spend a lot of money with existing positions or increasing people that are for some of these administrative roles, but it doesn't always trickle down to our faculty and folks that service the campus and to bringing our students there. So I really would like to look at your recruiting dollars that we're spending and who's in that department and how much they're getting paid.
Okay. I'll get that for you.
Any other questions or points of clarification? I have on the table a motion and a second for approval of these items. Those in favor, please let it be known by saying of aye. Opposers, nay. These action items are thus approved. We move, I believe, we had already moved on the, what was it? Yes, we did the sabbatical, I believe. So we are down to other business. Did we move? I am so sorry.
If you brought up action item F,
Yeah.
I move that we approve action item F.
Do I get a second? My voice is obviously failing today. I have a second again from Dr. Tarver on approval of the sabbatical leave for Dr. Wesley Gray. Sound like I'm reverberating to myself. Thought I'd had that one. Those in favor, please let it be known by saying of aye.
Yeah.
Okay, opposed, nay. This request for sabbatical leave for Dr. Gray is thus approved. Item number 6 calls for other business. Is there other business to be brought before the Personnel Committee? Hearing and seeing none, we move to item number 7. And what is your pleasure?
So moved.
So moved by Mr. Clayton and second again by Dr. Tarver. we consider ourselves, Personnel Committee, adjourned. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Gillian. Great work in Personnel Committee. It's now time to call to order the Southern University Board of Supervisors meeting. Our mission statement reads, through shared governance, leadership, and a diverse system of unique institutions, the mission of the Southern University and A&M College system is to deliver affordable, world-class education, a trained workforce, state-of-art research, creative scholarship, and transformational public service to the state of Louisiana, the nation, and the world. That being said, roll call, Mr. President.
Yes, sir. Mr. Myron K. Lawson.
Present.
Dr. Ronnie Whitfield.
Present.
Ms. Dana Bailey. Attorney Tony Clayton. Mrs. L. Dudley. Mr. Raymond Fondell Jr. Mrs. Maple Gaines. Mr. Sam Gilliam.
Present.
Mr. Paul Matthews. Mrs. Christy Reeves. Attorney Des Moines Rutledge. Attorney Edwin Shorty. Mrs. Ann Smith. Dr. Leon R. Tarver II. Reverend Dr. Samuel Tolbert. Dr. Orlando Williams. We have quorum.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 3 is adoption of the agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda as printed, or any modification to the agenda as printed? Okay, I have a motion by Board Member Whitfield. Is there a second to the motion by Board Member Gilliam? Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye? Aye. A motion carried. Opposition is what I need, huh? Item number 4, public comments. Are there any public comments relative to the published agenda? Seeing no one approach the podium, we'll go to item number 5, resolutions. Mr. President.
All right, I'll take that, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
This afternoon, we have 4 condolences and 1 commendation. Sidney Wesley Hall earned a bachelor's degree from Southern University A&M in marketing in 1968. Mr. Hall's commitment to justice saw him graduate from Southern University Law Center in 1973, and he successfully passed the bar on October 9th, 1975. A proud member of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated, Alpha Sigma Chapter Fall 1966, a lifetime member of the National Bar Association and a member of the Monday Night Football Group, Mr. Hall's presence was felt in numerous circles. He was the brother of Terry Hall, Vice Chancellor for Finance and Administration at the Southern University Law Center. He passed away on June 1st, 2024. Mr. Clarence Stewart Jr., affectionately known as CJ, he was a longtime resident of Las Vegas, Nevada, and recently he moved back home to Louisiana. He passed away on May 16, 2024. Dewan Miguel Hernandez earned a Bachelor's of Science in Chemistry and English at Xavier University of Louisiana. Mr. Hernandez ultimately pursued a career in law, attending Thurgood Marshall School of Law and continuing at Loyola University in New Orleans College of Law, where he received his Juris Doctorate. He was the son of Don Hernandez, history professor at Southern University, Baton Rouge. He passed away on May 29, 2024. Dr. Sandra Ann Williams attended Southern University Agriculture and Mechanical College at Baton Rouge, majoring in speech pathology and audiology. She received her Bachelor of Science degree while also minoring in English in 1973. She continued her academic matriculation at Southern University by receiving a Master's of Education degree in English with a specialization in literature study and supervision of student teachers in 1975. She received the doctorate degree in curriculum and instructions from Kansas State University. Dr. Williams launched an academic career within the junior division and College of Agriculture at Southern University. That spanned nearly 25 years. She was a proud member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. Dr. Williams left an indelible mark on each person she met through her charismatic speech, sage, counseling, humble approach. She passed away on June 11th, 2024. We have 1 commendation. Howard University has named Chancellor Mills as Director of Bands in the Howard University Chadwick A. Bozeman College of Fine Arts Office of Choirs and Bands. Director Mills will direct the Showtime Marching Band, Concert Band, and Pep Band. He has been serving as the Assistant Band Director of the Howard University Showtime Marching Band for the past 2 years and has an arrange and drill designer. With over 20 years of extensive teaching experience in directing quality instrumental conducting and a deep passion for music education, Mr. Mills adds to Howard's rich band legacy and will set the tone for a new era. Director Mills is a native of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. He earned a Bachelor's of Music Education from Southern University and A&M College. While at Southern, he performed as a member of the world-renowned Southern University Human Jukebox Marching Band and Wind Ensemble. Congratulations to Director Chancellor Mills. We wish him success in his new role at Howard University. This concludes our resolutions.
Thank you, Dr. Vital. You've heard the resolutions as read by Dr. Vital. What's your pleasure? Moved by Board Member Matthews, second by Vice Chair Whitfield. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor, aye. Opposed, resolutions passed. Item number 6 are informational items. A, legislative updates. B, presidential report. C, chancellor's reports. A.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to each one of you members of the Board of Supervisors for your ongoing voluntary unpaid service. Appreciate the input that you have in what we do in all seriousness, except for Dr. Whitfield.
Becoming a comedian now. Get you know.
So I'm not going to read you a legislative report. It was distributed in a folder. I think it's a fairly complete.
Is there any oppositions from the board in him not reading in detail this report? Thought not. Okay.
Okay. I'd like to mention a couple of other things. First of all, we are moving forward with the search for the Southern University Law Center chancellor. We have assembled a search committee, and I had thought that the public announcement would have gone out. Has it? Not yet. But there are 11 members, and we've asked, I think the thing I would say is Mr. Josh Hollins and Mr. Al Perkins have agreed to serve as co-chairs and lead that. Mr. Perkins has extensive experience through his service on the U of L board, running some searches for chancellors that way. And Mr. Hollins is a very highly respected lawyer and alum of the Southern University Law Center. Looking forward to the hard work that they'll do. They're going to meet next Thursday. Is that?
I think it is.
His first meeting is next Thursday. I will wrap up by two things that I had a profound impact on me, and because you get regular written updates about some of this activity. We went over, Al and I went over to the, what was the Dallas. What was that?
The Dallas Bayou Bash.
The Bayou Bash. And if you want a warm feeling about Southern, you just go see somebody that's willing to gather in the heat of Dallas, Texas, in the middle of summer or early summer there. It was a remarkable event. So many people coming from so far away, learning about their career paths. They're bringing their sons and daughters, many of whom are attending Southern. I would urge, if you get a chance to attend any of those, that one was fabulous, and I really enjoyed that. The second thing I would mention to you that I had the experience of, went over to what is captioned as the Tapia summer camp that's hosted at the College of Science and Engineering and sponsored by Exxon. And they had 3 cohorts of students, elementary students, middle school students, and high school students from across mostly East Baton Rouge, but a little further away, certainly amply represented by Southern Lab School students. led by staff at Exxon, many of whom are graduates of this institution, and gives the students a hands-on opportunity to engage in scientific experiments, and also visit their facility. And many of them remarked that they'd often driven past that place, but had never been behind the gates. It was a remarkable experience. I had an opportunity to interact with some of these young people. It was remarkable, and it reminds us, even though they're the pipeline of the work that this university does, not just in delivering education once students arrive, but in supporting activities across the community that inspires young people to pursue their dreams. It was what the highlight of my week was, my half-hour interaction with those young people as they explained the experiments to me. So with that, that's my report.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll go to item number 6C, Chancellor's reports. We started last
Can I point out that Chancellor Pierre has already used up all his time?
He can certainly do that, and he claimed other Chancellor's time as well. And they tell me you did well. He came back and told me how dandy that bash was. He said the crayfish were dandy. So he's getting there. The crayfish were dandy. You just don't know you sound like that.
That sounds like a Louisiana trying to talk like an Irish.
There you go. So we'll go next. Dr. McMees thought that was funny. Crayfish. Dr. McMees.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, and distinguished board members. I have a couple of items to report on. As you know, we are in the height of our summer programs. We've already finished with Bayou, which is our staple summer program for the last 3 decades. And now we have going on Jadcation, which is under extension, where we introduce young people in 2 phases to opportunities in agriculture. So we're really excited about that, and that's in the 2nd year, and it's doing well. One program that closed, and I want to, it was our inaugural program, Hip Hop to Gen Z. I want to personally thank the extension team and also Hip Hop Doc for taking a vision and turning it into a reality. You know, I think that it will be at least 3 times the size next year because I'm already getting calls on if we're going to run it back again. So thank you. And also thank you for your art, Dr. Whitfield, for all of that. And also, I didn't know you can spit like that, so that was pretty good. The students enjoyed that as well. So we're going to bring that program back and do it bigger and better. The last thing I would say is more of an announcement. And about 3 years ago, we were serving via our cooperative extension program 34 of the 64 parishes. And the board gave us a challenge, the legislature gave us a challenge of expanding our delivery of extension program. As of June 2nd, just a few weeks ago, we now serve all 64 parishes in the state of Louisiana via our extension program. So thank you to my extension team and the job that they're doing. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Board Member Clayton. Yeah.
Spit, what, like rap or something? What does spit mean?
Oh, come on, Tony.
Okay. Anyway, I want to commend probably the 2 hardworking board members. That's Fondell and Whitfield. Dr. Whitfield, I have to commend him that he teams up with folks like you and that what's that? The lab school, and we rise to the top every time you touch. But I want to end this with you. It means I love the ag department, but I've never seen it rise to the level that you've taken it to. I alluded to the 10 million that you got, but there's an additional 4 million you got. And I see my new colleague down there shaking her head. She's probably a fan of yours too, that new student member, which I think you and I are gonna rub heads a lot on stuff, I could tell. But it means keep it up, man. And you are doing a great job, and you've moved that place, you've moved the needle. And you met with Jesse Jackson's son, the congressman who's on the farm, whatever you call that committee, ag committee, and you're trying to get 66 million to build a building. You're on another level, dude. I mean, I shouldn't call you dude. You're on another level. And so keep spitting. And thank you, man.
President said, what's wrong with the word dude? It's your turn today.
Just be sure you look both ways.
All right, I'll be nice. All right. All right, Chancellor Pierre, Chancellor's Chancellor, soon to be Chancellor of Baton Rouge campus.
First of all, I want to thank the board for supporting the elevation of Dr. Young.
Yeah.
Can we hear from her?
Absolutely.
Say that.
Tracy Giles said girl power. I don't know what that spit, what that means, but.
Did you come with a speech?
I want to take that back.
That was easy. Yeah, wait a minute.
Hope you're not over the graduation.
Yeah. A PowerPoint. You weren't expecting this. I know.
Thank you very much. You can go to your seat now.
The time is on the board, by the way. Look, time's on the wall.
Well, I had two prepared because I wasn't sure which one I would have to. I'm sorry, it's taking a minute to load.
Can we turn the volume up?
Thank you, Well,
Yeah.
good afternoon, Honorable Chair Lawson, Vice Chair Whitfield, members of this honorable board, President Chills, and Chancellor Pierre. Thank you for this opportunity to serve as Southern University and A&M College's Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs. I would not choose to be at any other institution other than Southern University. And I promise to give all of my time and my talent and my tithe to this institution. I'm deeply indebted to Southern because, as many of you know, Southern granted me access and opportunity to higher education when another institution closed the door. In 1987, I sat before the then Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, Clyde Johnson, and he gave me a full scholarship to Southern University. I didn't have anywhere else to go. And not in my wildest imagination would I have ever thought that I would be sitting in the same position that he held back then. So for this reason and for so many others, it is my duty, it is my responsibility to ensure that Southern University remains and continues to provide a high quality education for generations to come. So again, I thank you for trusting me with academic affairs. I especially thank you, President Chills, for taking the time to get to know me. And Chancellor Pierre, I can't say thank you enough for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Board has a lot of confidence if you didn't glean that from the response in the faculty senate, obviously. So you go out and do what's right for Southern. We're not looking for political expediency. We want you to do what's right for Southern, okay?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Chancellor.
And the other thing that I wanted to do was just thank the board for helping us get to the things that we need to get to. We've got challenges, and we'll be talking about those challenges. But this is an important time, and there's no other time in history that we have for us that we can't meet the challenge. I also want to thank everyone involved in what we've been doing across the state. Ag Center Shreveport with Love Heals, because we have been providing medical care for folks who don't have access to medical care. Yesterday they were in Alexandria. Tomorrow they will be in Shreveport. They were in Opelousas Monday, and they were in Baton Rouge last Saturday. And that's an example of us being a place, I guess, steward of place is what President Shields used, but that's an example of us being a great community university system. So I want to thank everyone for helping us get that done. And we're moving on things a lot on esports and a lot of different things. So we're moving the ball.
Thank you, Chancellor. I had a chance to visit Love Hills. It was a phenomenal experience. We had dentists, we had folk doing eye exams, physicians doing complete examinations, and they had a pharmacist there. They were prescribing medicine on the spot, they were writing scripts for eyeglasses on the spot. They were giving eyeglasses out on the spot. So I want to thank everybody involved, and a special thanks also to Senator Cleo Fields, who helped drive this money. And we need to give him a round of applause too, because we've done a lot of, sometimes it's what you don't see these senators doing, how hard he's working, and Dr. Carpenter and President of the chair of the caucus, Jordan, and many, many others are working very, very hard for this. So they have touched thousands already. So please extend my thanks to everyone that's been involved. Mr. Fundell.
Acknowledge that our leadership team here on the flagship campus did a great interview here on, I want to say it was a week or two ago, with the president, Chancellor Pierre, and Chancellor McMeans also. It was hosted by Dr. Katera. But they were on there telling a lot about our story and what the vision was for expanding beyond our campus here. So I want to make sure I acknowledge that. And also the outreach that is going on. Chancellor Pierre had a chance to come to Lake Charles on last week to be able to speak with the alums there. A good gathering of folks continuing to tell the story. Him, along with our new executive director of the alumni, Darren Dixon, came there, and y'all spread a message, and people left feeling great. It is good when they're able to get out and go into these communities. And a lot of times our seasoned alums don't get a chance to come up on campus. But by that outreach of stepping out, it means an awful lot. It meant an awful lot to our chapter also. So thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Fundell. Next. Oh, I'm sorry. Board Member Bailey.
I had a question for President Shields. The question was for the chancellor position for the law center. Do they have a student on that board?
Yes. The law center's
Madam Parker?
SGA.
Miss Parker.
Yeah.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
If I ever have something to do with a committee and there's not a student involved, you let me know. Always as first. Okay. Dr. Ammons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, honorable members of the board, President Shields, and colleagues. First of all, I want to congratulate Dr. Young as well. Dr. Young is one of my former colleagues, and I am happy about the action that the board took today, and really pleased about the recommendation and the action from Mr. Clayton to recognize her contributions in the past and what I know she's going to do for this institution going forward. We have been talking about budgets and the fiscal climate that we have here in the state of Louisiana that we're seeing across the nation. And it's going to be imperative that all of our campuses continue to engage in finding ways to increase self-generated funds. So on yesterday and today, we have 5 program officers from the National Science Foundation on our campus hosting a proposal writing workshop. We have invited faculty from the sister campuses in the Southern University system, and I want to thank the chancellors of SUBR and Sussex for making certain that the faculties of these 2 institutions are represented on our campus today. Next week, we are going to host Dr. Gary Gibbons, who is the director of the National Institute for Heart, Lung, and Blood within the National Institutes of Health. Dr. Gibbons is the founding director of the Cardiovascular Center at Morehouse Medical School, and he's doing a listening tour across the country and making stops, especially at places where HBCUs exist. And so he'll be in New Orleans on next week on the 27th. And he's interested in finding ways to expand the relationships between HBCUs and the National Institutes of Health, and especially the National Institute of Heart, Lung, and Blood. Also on next week, I will be hosting my retreat. And that retreat is around how we build financial stability and sustainability at Southern University at New Orleans. We are very aware of all of the possibilities that are taking place or will take place or could take place in the state of Louisiana, and we're learning lessons from other states as we see campuses closing and severe cutbacks. And so we're going to be looking at ways to make certain that we sustain Southern University at New Orleans on next week. The rest of my report is in your packet. So, Mr. Chair, that concludes my report.
Thank you. A lot of activity going on, not surprising. And thank you, because I know you are always aware of the value of women and putting them in high places too, Dr. Amber. So congratulations on that. Speaking of ladies and women, I think we have one to your left that's from the north, Dr. Obregant.
Yes. Good afternoon, Chairman Lawson, Vice Chair Whitfield, President Shields, and honorable members of the board. At Southern University at Shreveport, we have lots of things going on. I wanted to just kind of talk a little bit about, as we are working to hire qualified faculty and staff. As of August 2023, we had 78 vacancies when I stepped in the role as chancellor. And as of today, we fill 56 positions, and we continue to fill those positions at SUSLA in order to help us move the institution forward in those really critical positions. I also want to mention we're working to create a college-going culture and a student-centric approach on campus. And so we have partnered with Bossier Parish in order to offer dual enrollment. We've offered dual enrollment in Caddo Parish and some of our other surrounding parishes, but Bossier is a pretty large parish, and we have not offered dual enrollment in Bossier Parish. And so starting fall 24, we will start offering dual enrollment in Bossier Parish. Also, we had approximately 70 high school students to graduate this past spring with their associate degree as well as their high school diploma. And that's one of the largest enrollments at graduations we've had in the history of our program. I want to also thank Chancellor Pierre and Dr. Young for partnering with us and allowing our 3 P-TECH students to participate in the SUBR commencement. I also want to mention those 3 students who graduated have been offered positions by BP at the tune of $85,000 to $100,000 a year with a 2-year degree. And so we are really excited about that report and that information that we received. Thanks to Dr. Kenny Moses, Dr. Atash Bari, and Dr. Galiotis for supporting those students and being the champions in that program. We've already mentioned our partnership with Love Heals. The free clinic will be held in Shreveport tomorrow. We have several individuals volunteering and really working the clinic. And so we're excited about having that program in our city for those individuals who would not otherwise have access to health care. And so we're excited about that. We also have the Gentleman Cooking Classic tomorrow. It's the 22nd annual Gentleman's Cooking Classic under the leadership of Mr. Frank Williams, who serves as the executive director of the foundation, of the Sussler Foundation. And so we'll have chefs there cooking and those who aspire to be chefs at the Gentleman Cooking Classic tomorrow. And so we're excited about the opportunity to continue to raise funds for student scholarships. And my report has been uploaded to your packet, and that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gann. I think the hip hop doctor was up there doing something at your campus not long ago too. Huh? It's all over. Look out, Dr. Amos, maybe next month in New Orleans. I also want to recognize a dear friend of this board, this university, and the system and the state. Pat, still back there? Pat, stand up. Say hello to, give Pat McGee a round of applause. All right. You want to say anything? Well, it shouldn't be hard with that jacket he's wearing. Checkers. Okay. Yeah, that's right. I thought he gave it to you. Mr. President, that's my last joke on you.
No, it's not.
Probably not. In the meeting, how about that?
Can I just?
Yes.
I want to recognize Chancellor Gant for completing what I think is a very successful first year in her role as the chancellor at Sussler. If you were at her investiture, you realize how meaningful it is that she came home. She lived out a dream. When I think she told the previous president when she was in high school that she was going to come back and be the chancellor. And sometimes you got to be careful what you ask for. But you're doing great work, and I really appreciate your being part of the senior leadership team in this system. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gann. Having Washington say he knows what you're talking about. Okay, we're going to action item 7A, request for approval of minutes of May 2016. There's a motion on item A, moved by Board Member Matthews, properly second by Board Member Bailey. Discussion, hear none, all in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Item number B is personnel 5B. We're going to let the record reflect that Board Member Shorty will be recusing himself on this. Is there a motion to approve the committee reports and recommendations? Properly moved by Dr. Whitfield. Is there a second to the motion by Board Member Fundell? Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye. Aye. Opposed, that motion carries. Item number C, request for approval of articulation agreement. I'm going to ask that we lay this one over until next month, if that's okay. I don't think we need a motion on that, do we? Just lay it over. So that being the case, we'll go item number 8. Is there any other business that needs to come before the Southern University Board?
D.
C and D.
Laid over.
Or laid over, I'm sorry. Oh, we can always discuss it. Go ahead.
On D, you noticed that there was some funding, millions of dollars to clean that property out right over here and then in a parking lot. And since it's fake money, I could ask about it. Can I get an accounting of how that's $1 million with like 10-foot parking posts over there? Can I ask that? I want to know. $1 million over there for, I have a bulldozer. $20 an hour. My guy could have cleaned that up. And that parking lot, I just got one bigger than that. I paid $246,000. Maybe they paid me. And them little miniature lights, you can change the bulb without a ladder. And so,
looking at me when you say that.
okay, but I want an accounting to see if that was $1 million of money going to the foundation.
Yeah, I think there's a foundation. Let's get an
If
answer to
it's
that.
state money, then they hide behind that they don't have to tell you. But I want to know, I want to see an accounting of that, and then if we gonna sell them some property, I want to talk to
Share them with the board.
I want to talk to the alumni and everybody. Well, I can give my money to let them sell them some property.
We laying it over to get some more answers.
Put that on the agenda.
It will be on there. Okay,
$1 for that parking lot, Sesame Street there, Orlando called.
so we have an article. We didn't.
I want to count.
So we have C. Did we approve C? I don't think we approved C. the request for,
We're laying that over.
okay, C and D over, that's exactly. All right, any other business need to come before the Southern University Board of Supervisors for the good of the entity? Hearing none, is there a motion? Consider adjourned.